and just X out. I'm going to hit record, so it'll pop up with that recording progress thing. Good morning and welcome to day one of the 2024 evaluation meeting for the Land and Water Conservation Fund. I'm Deanne Beck with the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office, and I'll be moderating this two-day meeting. With me is a team of volunteers who are serving as evaluators on the advisory committee for this grant category, where county and local agencies are requesting funds to develop public outdoor recreation areas and facilities. These volunteers will score and rank project proposals, and the final ranked list will be made available to the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board in October, with a request for their approval to fund these projects in anticipation of potential federal funding. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and grants available for the conservation of habitat land in Washington State, as well as developing recreation sites, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. Before we get started with our first presenter, a reminder that each evaluation session will last up to 20 minutes. Each applicant will have 12 minutes to present, and the remaining 8 minutes are reserved for questions from the advisory committee. For our first project today, we have Brian Smith from the City of Oak Harbor. Brian, welcome.
Thank you.
I will time your presentation today, so you'll have 12 minutes. And before we start the timer, I'm going to give you control of the mouse, and we'll make sure that you have it. You can move your presentation, get settled in, and you may begin when you're ready. So I'm going to give you control. Oh, first I need to get back to your presentation. Sorry. There we go. Okay, see if you, looks like you've got it.
Let's give it a little
Advance your slides.
Yeah.
Okay. And you may begin when you're ready.
All right. Well, good morning. I'm Brian Smith. I'm Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Oak Harbor, and we're seeking a partnership with RCO under the Land Water Conservation Fund program for the construction of the city's first all-inclusive playground. Our purpose aligns with the LWCF to develop public outdoor recreation areas and facilities that meet the needs of all residents of the community, regardless of ability level, and removes barriers to participation so that everyone can enjoy the same opportunities, which is the ideal of play for all. There we go. So the project is located in Oak Harbor, beautiful Whidbey Island here, which has a population just under 25,000 within the city limits, but also supports around 30,000 military personnel and their families on the Naval Air Station. The project service area includes families in small communities throughout Island County and Fidalgo Island, with a total service area population of just over 107,000. The project is located at Windjammer Park. It's a 30-acre park in the heart of downtown Oak Harbor. And Windjammer serves as a regional park for the island, the city's main activity park. It's especially important to nearby residents in our most urban areas with higher density housing and disadvantaged neighborhoods. The park has been renovated twice, once in 1982 with the help of RCO grant funds, and again in 2016 as a first phase of modernizing the park along with adjacent public facilities and the downtown area. The playground was included in the park's 2016 plan that you can see there on the right, which was broken into several phases. The park's amenities include kitchen, picnic areas, open spaces, beach access, swimming lagoon, restrooms, baseball fields, basketball courts, non-ADA small playground, and a splash park and walking trails. This is the vacant field where the playground will be located on the west side of the park. The city has, as well all of Whidbey Island, it does not have an all-inclusive play environment. It's about an hour-and-a-half drive to the Mountain Lake Terrace Hazel Miller Playground. And we're excited to hear that in time, that time will hopefully be cut in half with the future addition of an accessible playground in the Burlington, Mount Vernon area. That's still about a 45-minute drive for our families if they have their own transportation to get there. This is a typical example of the city's playground inventory. You'll recognize it from your own childhood, probably. No ADA pathways, pea gravel, though we're slowly updating to engineered wood fiber, which is still not accessible, and exclusionary equipment. So during the past 50 years, standards of accessibility have raised the bar. And Oak Harbor has also grown in population and demands for recreational facilities which has greatly increased. Oak Harbor doesn't have an all-inclusive playground where people with disabilities can improve their physical, cognitive, social skills side by side with their able-bodied friends. These children are on the outside looking in and missing out on cultural components to healthy, typical development. So the city created a new Parks and Recreation department and has prioritized addressing underserved and underrepresented populations. I was brought on from Glenwood Springs, Colorado, where I developed a special recreation program that was featured in the National Parks and Recreation magazine, you see it here, during National Parks and Recreation Month last year as an outstanding inclusive playground. I care very deeply about it. I met with these families here, and they're passionate and they're desperate. We conducted a 3-month study into the issue and found nearly all children with special needs or disability were missing out on play opportunities vital to their emotional, social, and physical development. It's difficult for kids to grow up emotionally healthy if they are denied the space and the freedom to take and overcome risks, and if they're denied the opportunity to make friends with others of their own age. From the additional surveys that we did, we found an inclusive playground is in the top 10 improvements to Windjammer Park, and one of the top issues citywide that the community and council felt needed to be addressed. This has been reinforced with many families coming to speak at our council and our Parks and Recreation Commission meetings about the need for more accessible recreation amenities. Council added it to their list of 32 priorities and goals to accomplish and pulled out $400,000 to contribute to the project. So here's a shot of the park from the far end looking towards the project site and our downtown commercial areas with a number of apartment buildings just off to the east side of this picture here. The site is adjacent to ample parking with the ability to increase the number of handicap slot covered parking areas and restrooms. Sorry, let me go back to the slide. There we go. All of which are ADA accessible and have ADA pathways connecting. The design connects these ADA pathways already in place from our last park renovation to the playground. It installs structures and safety features to improve the play and user experience and promote the city as a regional destination for inclusive play. Our new Parks and Recreation Department has prioritized addressing underserved and disadvantaged populations in our community and bringing our facilities up to modern accessibility standards. And this partnership with RCO will create the first of its kind facility on Whidbey Island. The project includes pour-in-place accessible surfacing, fun theming, and a comprehensive variety of features for 2 to 5-year-olds, 5 to 12-year-olds, and a teen area. We have had groups of middle school and high school kids come to our commission and council meetings asking for more places to play, which is pretty awesome. It will have a standalone features along with the main structure. It will have sensory elements, sound play, quiet hidey holes for kids who need to get away from overstimulation. The play area will be fenced around to help safety for runners. And contain several communication elements that introduce, educate, and celebrate our differences and help kids connect with one another and make new friends. The site is an underutilized field. It's adjacent to another open field area where we do a lot of our special events. The vision and goal with this project is to usher the city into modern standards of inclusion and provide a regional play space and a centralized pedestrian-friendly location, easily accessible by multimodal transportation. It's approximately 16,000 square feet where visitors of all ages and abilities can play in a safe environment. It's purposely built to remove barriers to participation. Our in-house engineering department and archaeologists are working with us to protect cultural resources and meet permitting requirements by the city and state agencies. The city has been working with All Play, Ballard King, Frontier Building Supplies, and Evergreen Coast Construction to develop conceptual designs and pull together cost estimates. For architectural and engineering design, site prep and permitting, infrastructure and equipment, with a total estimated cost of approximately $1.4 million. The site is build ready, and we're in the 60% design phase of the project, and we'll be ready to move to 100% with construction documents and go out to bid with award of funding. Site prep and concrete work would happen early next fall, with equipment installation over the winter and a grand ribbon cutting celebration, hopefully on a beautiful spring day. The city surveyed residents with a needs assessment focusing on Windjammer Park, how the public utilizes it, and the improvements the community would like to see there. We followed up with a number of workshops with our Parks and Recreation Commission and held public comment periods during city council workshops on the needs of the park and presented the plan for the inclusive playground. I was surprised by the amount of input we received from families that identified as having members with disabilities or special needs. And then I started learning more about it. I learned that the city administrator who hired me had a child with special needs. So did the chair and 2 other members of our Parks and Recreation Commission, as well as city councilors. Then I learned the Naval Air Station here is what's termed an exceptional family base, meaning they are set up to support and bring in families with special needs and disabilities. The effect of that is that we have a disproportionately large demographic of families with special needs in the community. Oak Harbor's school district reports about 20% of its students have a disability. The national average is about 15%. So accessibility improvements are of special interest and importance here to the residents. We found that 1 out of every 3 people visiting the park are going there to enjoy the small non-accessible playground on the east side of the park. We met with families in our community and found that there are many families who travel outside the areas to seek out accessible recreation, often over an hour away on weekends. One mother came to us, to one of our Parks and Recreation Commissions, to talk about her adult autistic son and seeking safe and welcoming spaces for him, and educating us that these kind of play environments that we're planning to build service more than just kids under the age of 12. We also learned that there's a whole other side that's rarely considered of parents and grandparents with a disability who want to take their able-bodied kids to these spaces and play with them. We learned about communication boards, the importance of sensory muting features. All this community feedback is going into the design of this project. From the beginning, this has been a community initiated and led effort, with all these wonderful volunteers serving on our boards and commissions, assisting with outreach and support. Service clubs and childhood development organizations have just come out of the woodwork and stepped up. It's such an easy pitch to the community, and there's so many agencies here. We even have a Special Olympics program that's quite active in the area. Everyone's just really excited about this project and would like to pitch in for it. As far as sustainability, we have a number of factors that help with this project. Ecological factors, like the project will include an agronomic design that will reduce water consumption and showcase sustainable landscaping at the entry, with consideration to the south-facing harbor location. We're utilizing specialized recycled materials that are resistant to erosion and environmentally friendly. And as a location built on ancestral lands, we have an archaeologist on staff to work with RCO on cultural resources. The project considers a number of social factors as well. Located in disadvantaged neighborhoods, the facilities are multimodal friendly. Just across the street from the transit station with pathways for bicycles, ADA parking and ramps, which were installed with previous park renovations. And now we're ready to connect those improvements of a regional park to a regionally inclusive playground. The project will add in accessibility improvements, bringing it up to date with the rest of the park for inclusive access, and aligns with our transportation plan as well. The project not only addresses inclusivity, but also opportunity. The inclusive playground will draw people from around the region as the only facility of its kind in the area, which brings in much needed tourism dollars to the area. And it's located near adjacent stores and restaurants in our downtown area just across the street. The playground will increase the park's kitchen and facility reservations, which increases our revenues and allows us as a department the resources to take care of public lands at the next level. Oak Harbor will contribute $400,000 in cash, as well as staff labor and a lot of volunteering from our staff. The community will donate $150,000 in private donations, as well as $150,000 in materials. The city's prepared to start the project in July of 2025, with a lot of work happening in the fall and wintertime, with completion expected in spring in 2026. We understand the requirements of federal funding. Oak Harbor has received a number of federal grants for projects throughout the years. The city has a full-time grants administrator responsible for grant compliance, both in progress reporting and financial reporting. And I've worked and partnered with the LWCF program before at other cities I've worked with for inclusive playgrounds there. We have a lot of cost efficiencies with the project that'll help us out. We already have supporting infrastructure in place around the playground area. And from the onset, this really has been, as I mentioned, a community-led effort. And it really is just city-supported project. Rotary Club is exceptionally excited to partner with this project. We presented to them last Friday, and I just got a call this morning, followed up by another member that called me, who wanted to invite me to an evening social tonight to talk more about it one-on-one with their members who would like to help fundraise for the project. Evergreen Coast Construction has committed $100,000 in donated labor and materials, and the community is really excited about the prospect of this project finally happening here and ready to roll up their sleeves and make it happen. So the city really is ideal for an all-inclusive play environment. I don't want to meet any more families in our community that have this need and have to wait for their childhood to go by before they can see a project like this happen. So working together, I hope that we will create the first all-inclusive play environment on Whidbey Island. And with that, thank you for your time and your volunteer service on this review board and with this program, and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Brian. Questions from the committee? Mo.
Yeah, can you go back to slide 13, I think? All I see is darkness right now. Yeah, so I had a question around accessibility. So I can see very obviously a lot of just amazing accessible elements, which is terrific. It's really exciting to see all this. I did have some questions about the play structures and like the net structure and things like that. Are all of the elements designed to be accessible, or sort of how have you thought about accessibility in the project? Does that make sense?
Yeah, we want as many of the elements really to be comprehensively accessible and usable for people of all ability types. There'll always be, a few elements, just because there's such a huge range of ability levels. There'll always be a few elements like certain slides or maybe there's a net feature here that might not be for certain people, but yeah, the intent is to not just have, kind of the token accessible platform or wheelchair swing, but really everything have a feature to it that anyone at any ability level can participate with.
Great. Thank you.
Kevin, I think you were next.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. On the slide where you talked about cost efficiencies and you had some stuff about amounts for donations, I was wondering for the financial parts of those, is that money like in hand, solid, or
You might have
is it likely to be greater based on like your current discussions like that you mentioned that you had this morning and we'll have this evening?
Yeah, so we have 400,000 from the city allocated out, and then we have a commitment of 100,000 of in-kind donated materials, and we have commitments from a lot of different partners in helping to fundraise. They are working on what those amounts are, and will be working with us to do that fundraising. So that's a work in progress right now.
Okay, thank you.
Jen.
Yeah, thanks. Nice presentation, Brian. I was curious on under need. So early in the presentation, I remember you saying that the council obviously committed the funds, but did you mention about it being linked to a local plan, like your PROS plan or comprehensive plan?
Yeah, so the department's new. They have a city comprehensive plan. We're going to be doing a new Parks and Recreation master plan this year, later this year. We do have a multimodal transportation plan that it's part of, and I got to remember what the actual name of it is. It is the 2016 integration plan has the inclusive playground included in that as well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Mo, did you have another question?
While we're on this slide, I do. Sorry, I forgot to put my hand down. Yeah, no, I was just curious. So you have the standard playground, and then there'll be a separate all-inclusive playground. Is that standard playground? I mean, when was that built, and sort of what was the thought process around having two playgrounds, or is it a legacy?
Yeah, so yeah, it's an older playground. It has a pathway to it, but it's all engineered wood fiber in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of our more modern playground, but there's no adaptive elements at all in it.
Right.
I think that was put in 2016 with the rest of these improvements with the pathways and the kitchen pavilions that you see here.
Any other questions for Brian? Okay, hearing none, thank you again for your presentation, Brian. We've got 2 days, today and tomorrow, to see all these great presentations, and then the committee will wrap up their scoring, and we'll probably have a preliminary evaluate or ranked list that we're able to share the week after next.
Sounds great. Thank you all so much for your time and volunteering for this. Appreciate it.
Okay. Whoops. And we have Nathan.
I am here.
Nathan from Cedro Woolley. Good to see you, Nathan.
Hey, how are you doing? Good to see you again.
I'm going to go ahead and hand you your remote. I will be timing you today, and you will have 12 minutes. So you should be able to click on your mouse. Make sure you can move your slides around, and let me know when you may begin when you're ready, and I'll start the timer.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Nathan Salsina, and I'm the Maintenance Operations Supervisor for Cedar Woolley Parks and Public Works. And today we are presenting the Olmsted Park Playground and Sports Courts project. This is the Olmsted Park site plan on the north side of Cedar Woolley. Phase 1 of the project, including the parking, accessible pathways, walking trails, restrooms, picnic tables, benches, large trees, landscaping, and all the associated utilities, is fully funded. Today, we will be covering the project area circled in the red dotted line area that includes the Playground and Sports Courts project. The city, along with our project partners at the Port of Skagit County, have made substantial investments in design and planning work for this project, and our community is committed to making it happen. Cedar Woolley, known as the Gateway of the North Cascades, is a small community located in the lovely Skagit County in the northwest corner of Washington State. Zooming in a little further, you can see that Cedar Woolley is just about 5 miles from the Interstate 5 corridor. This is Olmsted Park's location within the city. Olmsted Park is approximately 10.81 acres. And as you can see, most of the park facilities in our city are south of Highway 20. There's not much on the north side of 20. This is an aerial photograph of the Olmsted Park site showing the approximate boundaries. The park has a mountain valley view, a pond, wetlands, a creek, forests, historic features, and adjacent city utilities and streets. So as I mentioned previously, phase 1 of the park construction is fully permitted and funded and is scheduled to go to bid in January of 2025. We actually have a groundbreaking scheduled next Tuesday for the first phase. Phase 1 develops a park with trails, plaza seating, parking, open space, landscaping, utilities, and parking. The view in this photo highlights the housing density just to the west of the site and illustrates the public need for this project. The city currently has only one other community-sized park at the southern edge of the city, and it is currently used at full capacity all spring and summer, with our picnic pavilions reserved 1 year in advance. Most of Cedar Woolley's growth is occurring on the northern half of the city, which currently has no developed city parks and has the largest concentration of children and has the smallest yards and lot sizes. The nearest developed city park is located 1.5 miles away and requires crossing a busy state highway. This is a unique project as it improves access for youth fishing. This aerial photo of the site further demonstrates the expansion of the city and its housing density. The property that you see to the west of Cascadia Drive, 260 home long plat under review, and the golf course property to the south of Portobello Avenue right here is also owned by a housing developer that is working on long platting the site with a mixture of residential and commercial developments. This map shows our service area, which is the Cedar Woolley city limits and the urban growth area. As you can see, there are no city parks north of State Route 20, which is a significant barrier. The only other park with an aquatic feature is Riverfront Park on the southern edge of the city on the banks of the Skagit River. This park will serve the northeast quadrant of the city and draw the larger community to use its unique features. The first way we consider public need is to review citizen input in our local planning documents and our city council goals. Our city comp plan completed in May of 2018 and our annual council goals include the following: to plan and develop a 15 to 30 acre community park on the north side of State Route 20, which has a large population of young families but currently has no city park. Provide linkages to county trails, pursue joint ventures with Skagit County and other jurisdictions, as well as public and private partnership opportunities to obtain access to a greater variety of recreation than the city can provide on its own, and to improve the parkland at the Swift Center, which has since been named Olmsted Park, and add recreation facilities, caretaker amenities, lake and open space access, parking infrastructure, and passive recreation. Cedar Woolley is growing fast. Our permit center is busier than ever. Our current population is just over 13,000 with over 26,000 in our school district. We fully expect our population to exceed these projections. Also, the demographics of Cedar Woolley are as such that over 50% of our elementary school children are eligible for a free and reduced lunch program. The Olmsted Park the Olmsted Park location is within walking distance of an elementary school, a middle school, and is located along a bus route with a bus stop located right at the park's entrance. Our project addresses deficient opportunities in the following ways. It completes a comprehensive plan goal of adding a park on the north side of Highway 20, expands high-demand recreational opportunities in Cedar Woolley's park system, and adds amenities, including the playground, basketball court, and volleyball court. So this is an enlarged site plan of the Olmsted Park Playground and Sports Court project improvements, which adds the playground and sports courts to the new Olmsted Park. So I want to further emphasize that the scope of this application is only for the areas shown within the red dotted line. The areas outside the dotted line are already fully funded. Our project site provides connectivity to the trail network, the Northern State Recreation Area, and the Swift Center Trail Network to the east. This is pointing this way right here. The playground adds color and the accessible. Olmsted Park was named in honor of the Olmsted brothers, who completed the original planning for the former Northern State Hospital site next door to our project site. This slide shows the original site plan completed by the Olmsted brothers firm in 1919. This slide illustrates the proximity of our project site and the connectivity to the Northern State Recreation Area and the vast trail network, the park site right here. Olmsted Park is a community scale park. Stormwater control pond treats stormwater on site. Accessible recreation and pathways are designed throughout the park. Our project is environmentally responsible, placing development within a master plan that protects existing wetlands. The top 5 priorities in our design are the playground, sports courts, site furnishing, pathways, and landscaping. Our design meets the needs of all populations. The new playground and sports courts are fully accessible to all. Our playground design has 23 accessible components and many inclusive elements. It includes the first poured-in-place surfacing in our park system. All of the individual play elements are listed on this slide. The community is very excited about the possibility of having a poured-in-place playground. Like I said, we don't have any other ones right now. Our playground is fully inclusive and includes evidence-based playground design and promotes active and equitable play. Our playground has been designed as a national demonstration site, which demonstrates Cedar Woolley's commitment to outdoor recreation. We take great pride in promoting youth physical activity, promoting community health, nature-based play, and inclusive play for all. Our project budget is $952,042 and has been developed by consultants, and our plans are currently at 100%. If we are successful with our fundraising, we plan to advertise for bids and complete the project as soon as feasible. Our project will benefit by the fact that all necessary permits have been secured during the first phase of the project. We had significant and unanimous support at our project open house, receiving only positive feedback. Yeah, these are just some quotes from our community partners. Community input that we received has shown that our project includes elements that are not found in our other neighborhood parks, not found in other parks north of Highway 20, and not found in a park that connects to county recreation and trails. Many letters of support in our project file from homeowners associations, major employers, service organizations, and our neighboring government agencies. Perhaps most importantly, we have the project support. We have the support of our project partner, Port of Skagit County, who donated the property to the city and pledged $400,000 toward its development. Our project is sustainable in that it uses products that are built to last. Our product manufacturers shall have a commitment to sustainable manufacturing practices and design products that can be easily reclaimed at the end of their life cycle. One unique thing that Cedar Woolley does is we hire a caretaker who lives on site and takes care of the restrooms and keeps an eye on things so that it reduces vandalism. Our plan has landscaping with drought-tolerant shade trees and shrubs. Stormwater runoff is treated on site, avoids impacts to stream buffer, and enhances wetlands with trees and habitat. I mentioned that it's located on a bus route with a stop right at the site. And it connects to 11 miles of trails north, east, and south of the park. Cedar Woolley has already invested in plans for civil landscape stormwater plans, and our project completes another phase of an existing park. And as I mentioned, all permits are secured for the project already, and design is 100% complete. We're shovel ready. Matching funds for our project will come from the Growth Management Act Park Impact Fee Fund, which is very healthy here in Cedar Woolley. And as Cedar Woolley transforms from a rural to urban community, we are in desperate need to preserve and expand our outdoor recreational opportunities for our growing population. Using a combination of city funds, support from our community partners, and funding support from the RCO, we can make this project happen. I'll just end on a slide of the entire project site, and I'm happy to entertain questions.
Thank you, Nathan. Questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Oh, Kevin, go right on ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Back to the public engagement, could you just talk a little bit more about, if there was a slide where it sounded like you had a public meeting or something, and I don't really need to see the slide again, but I was just wondering if what all kind of outreach did you do?
Well, we had the one community meeting that kind of showcased the entire project, and then oh shoot, I guess that's pretty much the only thing. Other than that, we had some separate meetings with some of the HOAs up there. There's a lot of kids in that neighborhood, so we had a couple different meetings with them to get their specific input, because they're going to probably be the main users of the facility. That's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Hearing no other questions, Nathan, thank you again for coming in and for your presentation. So we've got evaluations to look at today and all through tomorrow. And then the committee will get their scores in order, and we should have a preliminary ranked list the week after next.
Great. Well, thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. So next up, we should have Nick.
I'm here.
Hey. Let's find your presentation. So you're presenting Meadow Glen today?
That's me.
Yeah. Oops, took you off here. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pass you the control, Nick. I will be timing you. You do have 12 minutes. And I'm going to get you the remote first. Make sure you've got it. And whenever you're ready, you can begin. Okay, you should be able to grab it now. So let's test it and make sure you can move your slides.
Okay. Whoop. I'm able to do something, but can I do it right is the real question here. Okay.
There we go.
Yep. I'm ready.
Okay, all right.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Nick Hammond. I'm with the City of Spokane Parks and Recreation Division here to present the Meadow Glen Park Development Phase 1 project. The project goal is to develop one new neighborhood park on existing city-owned, undeveloped land within the city's most geographically underserved neighborhood. We request RCO grant funding from the Land and Water Conservation Fund in the amount of $2 million, which is approximately 35% of the estimated project cost. Additional grant funds are being requested through the RCO Local Parks Program, and remaining matching funds are being appropriated through local capital dollars. The project is located in the city of Spokane, Washington's second most populous city, and at the time of the 2020 census, Spokane's population was approximately 229,000. The project site is located in the northwest portion of the city within the North Indian Trail neighborhood. As illustrated by the yellow on this map, geographic park service within the North Indian Trail neighborhood is the worst in the city. While 89% of the city's residents are within a 10-minute walk of a park, schoolyard, or public outdoor space, only 46% of the North Indian Trail residents are within a 10-minute walk of a public park. Of the plus or minus 3,900 households within the neighborhood, 2,088 lack walkable access to a park. Zooming in on the neighborhood, you can see a lot of purple on this map. The purple indicates the area listed by the Trust for Public Land as high priority for new park areas in the brand new 2024 Park Score Index. This further illustrates the lack of developed parks in this neighborhood. The neighborhood is currently served by one existing developed public park, Pacific Park. There is an existing transit stop which stops near Pacific Park and at the proposed project site. From both this image and the last slide, you can clearly see a large gap in park service in the northern half of the neighborhood. The existing Pacific Park was constructed in 1991, is 5 acres in size, and includes a small playground, restroom, splash pad, and half-court basketball court. The facility has not been updated since its initial construction and is functional, but showing its age with minor facility damage. It is not large enough or flat enough to provide sport courts, ball field space, or long walking paths, nor does it provide off-street parking or a transit stop. Now, despite the identified gap in park service and the aging existing park facilities, the North Indian Trail neighborhood is the most rapidly developing neighborhood within the city. Reviewing permit data from 2019 to 2023, the citywide average increase in residences is 32 units per neighborhood per year. The North Indian Trail neighborhood, however, residences are increasing at an average of 121 units per year. That's 378% higher than the citywide average, and many of these lots are multifamily residential, primarily duplex. Spokane does not have a park dedication ordinance, nor does it charge park impact fees for development. As a result, new developments are not required to dedicate or construct any new park space. Here you can see one of the housing plots in 2018 sitting as undeveloped grazing land. And here's that same space in 2024, rapidly being converted into duplex housing with more build-out occurring annually. In contrast to the adjacent private developments, Meadow Glen Park today remains much the same as it was in 1987 when it was acquired by the city. While the adjacent properties have developed into single-family homes and duplexes, the park does not currently provide the play and outdoor recreation desired. The proposed project site is a plus or minus 14-acre parcel of relatively flat natural land comprised of dryland grasses with a dense stand of ponderosa pine along the site's western edge. The land is bordered by a local access road to the south and a major arterial street to the west. A transit line stops at the northwest corner of the property. Just north of the proposed project site is the Meadow Glen Park Natural Area, which is not proposed for development. Here's a photo of the proposed project site from the south looking north. And this is a view of the natural area, which connects to a larger network of popular soft surface trails. While the site remains primarily in an undeveloped condition, there is an existing sidewalk along the southern edge and a transit stop and restroom at the northwest corner of the property. A shared use bike lane runs along the west edge of the land. The project proposes developing approximately 8 acres of the 14-acre property to include a new parking area and drop-off area, a playground, sport court, restroom building, walking paths, and street frontage while preserving the large pines that are already on site. The project design program was generated specifically using first-tier community priorities for park improvements. Those include the playground, restroom, and parking for park and trail users. This image shows the full park master plan. Phase 1 of that vision, this application, proposes to implement the highest community priorities while omitting the Great Lawn and basketball courts, which were lower tier desires. This phasing reduces project costs to an achievable budget. So let's review the Phase 1 work specifically included in this grant application. First, the accessible playground. This is a view of that proposed play area looking south. It is surrounded by ADA accessible walkways and is easily accessible from the parking area and transit stop. Here is another view looking north. You'll see it takes good advantage of the large ponderosa pine, the large existing ponderosa pine stand to shade the playground during hot afternoon hours. It incorporates natural and manufactured play elements, as well as a less developed forest play area beneath the pines themselves. While the developed play area meets the conventional park playground needs, the forest play area provides a unique opportunity to connect players to Spokane's natural landscape in a fun and intuitive way. The next design element is the restroom, located near the playground, picnicking area, sport courts, and parking. This view shows the restroom and its relationship to the site. It's proposed with single or multiple single-stall family restrooms and will be fully ADA accessible. Next is the parking area and relocated transit stop. Parking is positioned with access from the arterial street at the northwest corner of the property. It is located away from adjacent residences in response to concern about potential noise impact, and it is near park amenities. 64 parking stalls are proposed, which is greater than a typical neighborhood park in Spokane. Parking is planned to serve a dual purpose for both the users of the developed park and those using the soft surface trails just to the north of the new park area. The existing transit stop obstructed the proposed parking entrance and will be relocated slightly south. The parking area will serve as a bus turnaround. Next are the proposed park game areas. We received strong feedback requesting active park attractions which could be used by aging community members, with preference for racket sports and bocce specifically. Shown are 4 lighted, dedicated pickleball courts, though it's possible 2 courts could be shared use with tennis. Also pictured in the foreground is a trailhead kiosk and access path to the Meadow Glen Natural Area, which is just out of the image to the left. And here are those bocce courts, which are envisioned as synthetic turf to minimize ongoing maintenance cost. Now let's talk paths. Local Rec Survey lists using walking and hiking trails as the second most popular activity residents like to do in Spokane parks. So this project proposes several looping, paved, and soft surface paths within the existing natural prairie grasses. We envision paved park walkways to meander through tall grasses, cross a couple of small footbridges, and connect to adjacent streets and park entries. We also envision soft surface trails beneath the ponderosa pine stand. Much of the western portion of the site will keep this natural low development character. The city has retained a professional cost estimating firm to generate project costs in tandem with the design team. The budget is turnkey and includes construction costs and soft costs. If grant funding is awarded, we expect the project to be bid ready by the end of 2025, with construction to begin in 2026. After the extremely successful Riverfront Park bond implementation in Spokane's downtown, Parks recently completed a new extensive public outreach process for an updated park plan. Recognizing the need to improve park service throughout the city, we asked the community at large to weigh in on their priorities. We connected with over 5,300 citizens through 26 plus public engagement opportunities. Engagement was conducted in 7 different languages via statistical survey, online mapping exercise, conventional open houses, neighborhood meetings, and even pop-up events in parks. The process even won the Community Involvement Award from the Washington State chapter of the American Planning Association. The resulting plan identified investing in neighborhood parks on existing city land as the highest community priority. Specifically, the community identified developing Meadow Glen Park as a first-tier park system need. Pictured here is the initial concept plan developed with the community during the citywide park master plan update. Since the completion of the citywide park master plan, Parks has held 4 public workshops, 3 additional neighborhood meetings, and an online mapping exercise to determine specific community preferences for site improvements and design in the Meadow Glen Park. Through these meetings, the community shaped both the program elements within the park and the physical location of those elements, yielding the current plan on the right. We've also begun initial consultation with the Spokane Tribe of Indians. The project has received letters of support from the North Indian Trail neighborhood, the 2 city council members who represent this portion of the city, and nearby residents. While private funding has not yet been pledged for construction, it is common in Spokane for private donors to come forward to assist in funding park improvements once we have grant funding in hand. To date, project partners have excelled in soliciting public input and generating design solutions. In line with the city's adopted sustainability action plan, the project proposes to leave the west portion of the site under the large pine tree stand in the red as thinned dryland area with limited irrigation. Project Phase 1 will also leave in place the existing prairie grasses on the eastern half of the site rather than construct a large turf lawn. This reduces projected annual water consumption for irrigation by 60% compared to traditional park design of the same size. Additionally, the project improves the neighborhood's social sustainability by creating new social gathering infrastructure and providing easy transit access by connecting paths for users. Economically, the reduced park turf area reduces the long-term maintenance and watering costs for the new park. The project design consultant is already contracted to maximize schedule efficiency. The land is already owned by the city, saving acquisition cost. The existing transit stop and bicycle connectivity expands park service area for all citizens. Utilities are already stubbed to the site for the project site from city mains, and the proposed parking location provides parking for both developed park users and trail walkers in one location. The park will also serve future homes planned in the UGA immediately north of this location, which have not yet been built. Furthermore, the City of Spokane Park Board and City Council have allocated matching funds for this project through both annual park capital funds and City Council appropriation. In the 37 years since the land for Meadowglen Park was purchased by the city, the North Indian Trail neighborhood has really grown up. And in the past 6 years, that growth has completely exploded. And there still is no park to serve the families that call this neighborhood their home. Talking extensively with community, we heard clearly from those neighborhoods. Invest in our neighborhoods. With the help of the LWCF program, Spokane Parks is finally positioned to provide park service so greatly needed within this portion of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nick. Questions for Nick? Teresa.
Hi, Nick. Thanks. I just have one question. When you were talking about the proposed schedule, I think you said ready for breaking ground spring of 2026. Does that include permitting processes kind of happening before that? Or are they already in progress? What's the status of those?
Yeah, that does include permitting process. We're currently at about a 30% design. Our consultants are under contract, and we'll be moving through SEPA and the related permitting process through the majority of 2025.
Great, thanks.
Sure.
Jen.
Oh yeah, thank you. Great presentation, Nick. I have a question about, if you go back to the need in the very first part of the presentation, can you remind me if you mentioned it being linked to a local plan?
Yes, it is. So we have a couple of plan references here. There is the citywide park plan, which identifies Meadowglen Park as one of our 3 top tiers citywide. So that is our local adopted park plan that this is linked to. There's also a neighborhood plan for the North Indian Trail neighborhood, which calls for the development of this location.
Okay, and do you have a pros plan? Or
we do.
Open space?
Yep, we call it our Spokane Parks and Natural Lands Management Plan. We adopted that in 2022. I think a lot of that is shown in the public engagement methods and community section. And we actually won the Washington State APA award for community engagement on that plan. So that's a particular point of pride for us.
And this project is linked to that.
Excuse me. Yes, this project was identified as a first tier need. So it's actually the highest listed priority coming out of that plan.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions for Nick? Okay. Hearing no other questions, Nick, thank you again for coming in and presenting today. We have the rest of today to get through evaluations, plus tomorrow. And then the committee will finish up their scoring, and we expect to have a preliminary ranked list the week after next.
Awesome. Well, thank you and good luck to everybody.
Thanks. Okay, this brings us to our next break. We're running a little bit ahead of time. Fife is our next presenter, and I'm not sure if they're in the room or not. Hearing not, let's plan on reconvening. Let's see. Let's reconvene at 11:20. And we might be able to get started a couple minutes early with Fife.
Hi, this is Marta Galushis from Fife.
Hi.
We'll be ready to go at 11:20. Sorry about that.
Okay, yep, let's plan on starting promptly at 11:20 then. So if folks can come back a couple minutes ahead of time, that would be great.
Okay, perfect.
Get y'all to lunch early.
Hi, Deanna. I just wanted to confirm you can hear me okay.
I can hear you great.
Perfect.
are
Thank you so much.
Are you presenting today or is it Marta?
It will be me today.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pass you the remote. We'll make sure that you've got it. Okay, you should be able to double click on it and make sure you can move your slides.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm noticing, Tessa, I've got a bar showing up at the bottom that should not be there. What happened? Hang on just 1 second, Megan. I want to be sure you've got a clean visual.
Sure.
Should I take back? I'm going to take back control for a moment. Let's see. Hit this again. Not sure why that's showing. I try unsharing. I'm going to mute so you don't have to listen to us figure this out. Hang on just 1 second.
No problem.
Hey, Deanne, this is Mo from Seattle.
Yes.
When I screen share in Teams, I don't know about Zoom, but you can either screen share or you can share just an application. There's an option. And Zoom has that same.
Okay, we'll take a look here and see what's going on.
Good luck.
Megan, we're going to work on trying to figure this out, but I don't want to delay your presentation any further. So I'm going to go ahead and give you control.
Okay.
Okay, you should be able to double click. Okay. And go ahead and I will be timing you. You have 12 minutes. So you may begin whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you so much. Well, good morning, and thank you for joining me to learn more about the City of Fife's Inclusive Playground Project. My name is Megan Jendrick, and I'm the Assistant City Manager and Parks, Recreation, and Aquatics Director for the City of Fife. Fife is seeking $975,000 in LWCF funding. This will leverage $975,000 in state and local cash for this project. This will meet our project goals by nearly doubling the size of Colburn Park and transforming a maintenance yard, which is currently an eyesore, into a beautiful park and add the city's first inclusive playground. Fife is located in Pierce County, directly between Tacoma and Federal Way, and has a population of just over 11,000 people. Colburn Park is located right outside of the Fife Aquatic Center, a few blocks off Interstate 5 and close to both Fife High School and elementary school. The area outlined in yellow is what Colburn Park currently looks like. We're just getting ready to start construction on this portion of the park, turning a wood chip pit with a swing set into a beautiful splash pad. The area outlined in orange is what we're seeking funding for. This is the portion of the property we recently purchased from the Fife School District, and where a 9,500 square foot inclusive playground will be added, as well as a covered picnic shelter and paved parking. This map highlights the existing inclusive playgrounds in other cities within a 10-mile radius of Fife. Note that estimated travel time can increase with evening and weekend traffic, and there aren't any inclusive playgrounds within the Fife service boundaries. This map highlights the existing multifamily developments in Fife. 7 of the apartment complexes are located within about a 15-minute walk of Colburn Park, and the Port Landing apartments are about a 20-minute walk away. Though Fife as a whole has lots of parks, there are notably fewer within walking distance of the multifamily core, and Colburn is one of the few that serve those residents. In addition to the large number of apartment dwellers who utilize Colburn Park, the park also sits directly outside of the Fife Aquatic Center, which sees over 400,000 visits annually. 92% of Aquatic Center users live outside of Fife and drive more than 30 minutes to take a 30-minute swim lesson in our facility. By adding a large inclusive playground in this area, we believe it will not only serve those living in the nearby apartments who do not have any other nearby space to recreate, but it will also have a regional draw serving those who drive from other cities to participate in programming. The data on the left shows that providing additional playgrounds received 87% support from our community in our 2022 Pros Plan survey. Additionally, the comment section in the survey, we discovered that there was a very high demand for an inclusive playground, as there isn't one currently in Fife or even within a reasonable distance. Adding an inclusive playground was called out in our 2022 Pros Plan. It's on our capital improvement list and was adopted by Resolution 2140 by our City Council as a project that was needed in Fife. This is truly a project that our community and our council is excited about. A few years ago, the school district decided to relocate their maintenance yard, and this portion of the property was going to be put up for sale. As soon as we heard about the property going on the market, we reached out and felt it was the perfect opportunity to nearly double the size of our existing park. This phase that we're requesting funding for takes the existing eyesore of a maintenance yard and transforms it into a vibrant and inclusive community park. As you can see from these pictures, the current site has 2 steel frame buildings, is covered in asphalt, and is essentially used for storage of school district equipment. The city has a signed purchase and sale agreement in place, and we take possession of this land on September 1st of this year. This project will bring an inclusive playground to Fife, creating a space where children and families of truly all abilities will be able to recreate. We've had a number of organizations reach out to voice their support for this project and overall appreciation for working towards creating a space that is so welcoming and inclusive. As you can see from this photo, the area outlined in yellow is already designated as Colburn Park. The area outlined in orange is the parcel of land that's being purchased from the school district and added onto the park. And the area just to the very left of the orange, which is the entrance of the parking lot, is land already owned by the city, but not yet designated as parkland. The bottom half of this outlined area would be added onto Colburn Park, nearly doubling its size. At this point, a cultural resource survey has already been conducted, as well as a level 1 environmental assessment on this land with no adverse findings. We've also hired a design team to get to 60% design plans and have all of our permits in place by the end of this year. In addition to the parking this project is adding, we also have parking spots next door at the Aquatic Center and the Community Center. Additionally, the high school is located next door, and parking can be utilized on nights and weekends and during the summer months. In terms of inclusivity, this design is absolutely packed with components of accessibility. Ramps create a truly inclusive pathway to all of the components. Ramp walls have interactive elements for sensory, visual, and auditory exploration. Balcony decks have been added, which allow for access to the panel activities mounted to be accessible for somebody using a wheelchair or mobility device, and all decks provide for the ability to rest between ramps. Instruments are also part of the plan, as inclusion of a sensory element for literally people of all ages and all abilities to express themselves, even if they're nonverbal or visually impaired. Additionally, the surfacing for the entire 9,500 square foot playground is poured in place, which allows for ease of access via wheelchair or other mobility device, and all elements of the playground have strapping components for mobility devices as well. This slide provides a conceptual aerial view of the playground and the shelter area. In addition to the inclusive playground, all pathways and entry points are ADA compliant, as are the additional amenities such as the park benches and picnic tables. This project also adds 14 additional parking spots, including additional ADA spots, and paves the currently gravel parking lot. The color scheme for the project matches that of the neighboring splash pad and the aquatic center. This slide provides a zoomed in visual of the disc swing and play traverse. Selection of a disc swing instead of traditional swings creates a collaborative play experience between kids who may need muscular support and kids of typical abilities. Also, children of different ages can play together. The disc traverse on the right is easy to execute as it has a large stable base and handholds to practice balance with support. This is connected to a ring traverse to allow scaffolding of skills from an easier element to a more challenging one. This slide provides a breakdown of all budget-related items associated with this project and was put together in collaboration from All Play Playground Systems and our Public Works Director and City Engineer. A design firm was hired in June of this year to get our plan to be at 60% by the end of this year and work towards 90% and bid-ready documents in 2025 and start construction in 2026. Through the public engagement process, we hosted a public survey to see what types of playground equipment the community wanted to see. We received 439 responses, both online and through an informational booth we hosted at a community festival. This survey was also posted at our aquatic center to generate public feedback and presented to our senior activity groups. For a city of 11,000 people, we saw a higher percentage of participation in this engagement process than we saw engagement in the last election. The design elements that you're seeing in this presentation received the most votes through the public engagement process through feedback we received. We also received 42 letters of support, with 30% of those coming from diverse populations. We've received letters of support from the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, who wholeheartedly and enthusiastically voiced their support for this project, the Fife School District, Pierce County Library, Travel Tacoma, the Chamber of Commerce, and many, many Fife residents. We absolutely love the community partnerships and regularly engage with these organizations, as well as many others within our community events and volunteer opportunities. Every citizen and organization that we've heard from is excited to see an amenity like this come to Fife. We've also launched a bench donation program to better engage with the business community. Right now, more than half of the park benches have been donated. This further shows the enthusiasm and willingness of local organizations to be involved in bringing the first inclusive playground to our city. When it comes to the ecological and social side of things, this project transforms a maintenance yard into a beautiful park. The landscaping plan utilizes native species, and we're increasing the tree canopy by adding an estimated 25 trees, which will sequester 2,400 pounds of CO2 annually. The addition of trees and plants also improves drainage in the area. On the social side of things, this project encourages social interaction, empathy, and friendship among children of different abilities, and the park serves as a community hub, bringing people together and fostering a sense of belonging. It also provides cognitive and emotional benefits, such as enhanced problem solving and self-esteem. The playground and picnic shelter also qualify for LEED credits because they're coming from a factory within 500 miles. And the existing steel frame buildings will be recycled. When it comes to the economic factors, the Aquatic Center sees over 400,000 visits annually. We believe this park will encourage people to stay all day and eat in local restaurants and fill up at local gas stations. We're also using poured-in-place surfacing, reducing maintenance cost and increasing the lifespan of the materials. When it comes to cost efficiencies, we're purchasing the playground, shelter equipment, and all other amenities such as benches, tables, and trash receptacles through a cooperative purchasing agreement, reducing the cost significantly compared to including these items as part of the construction bid. At this point, we have city funds committed in the amount of $285,000 to get us to 60% design plans by the end of the year, as well as lodging tax funds in the amount of $190,000 to put towards this project. We've also submitted an RCO request through WWRP for this project as well. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Megan. Mo has a question.
Yeah, it sounded like you've done a great job connecting with community. And I didn't hear how you spoke to how they influenced the design of the project. Could you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, we hosted a booth at our community festival with different design elements incorporated into the program. And this is a picture of kids and families that are actually voting on the different design elements included in the park. So through that process, we received 439 responses showcasing what features they'd like to see.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
And Jen.
Thanks. Good presentation, Megan. My question is the benches. Did you show on one of the slides how much has come in for the benches? You mentioned half of them were sold.
So right now we have room for 6 benches in the park. We have sold or have donated 3 of them so far. And so that is $4,500 in donations. And I'll just mention that we launched that program 2 weeks ago. So just within the first 2 weeks, 3 of the 6 benches have already been covered.
Okay, so you're expecting another 4,500 to come in for that portion. Okay, thank you.
Kevin. Kevin. Or I'm sorry, Al.
Hey, I was
the wrong
I
name.
was about to apologize.
Yeah, I'll take it, Kevin. Hey,
Okay.
Megan, thanks for the presentation. A little confused. You quickly mentioned the lead credits and the 500-mile manufacturer. Can you expand on that just a little bit for us?
Yeah, so the playground manufacturer is a local company based out of Washington. And when items don't need to be shipped quite as far, there's a lead credit associated with that. And so that was just one of the factors that benefits those lead credits.
Any other questions for Megan? Okay. Hearing none, thank you again, Megan, for your presentation. We've got more evaluations to get through today and tomorrow, and then we'll be wrapping up scoring and expect to have a preliminary ranked list the week after next.
All right. Thank you so much for all of your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Othello, let's see, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. I think I saw Sarah come into the room. I think Haley is online with us.
Oh, how are you?
Good. Go ahead and get your presentation. Oh, sure what that means. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and hand you the remote, Sarah.
Okay.
And we'll make sure that you can move it around. You should be able to double click and grab it. Make sure you can move your slides. And whenever you're ready, I will be timing you. You have 12 minutes.
All right, sounds good. Okay, hello, I'm Sarah Montemayor. I'm the grant writer for the City of Othello. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present our community's request for an LWCF grant for the renovation of Kiwanis Park Playground and Parking. The Othello community has recently made significant progress in park upgrades, and RCO has been exceptionally supportive of our proposed projects. With RCO's assistance, the landscape of Othello has been transformed, but we are not finished. We are currently directing our attention towards a section in Kiwanis Park. This park serves as both a passive and active recreation area, located near schools and low-income neighborhoods. It is imperative for us to prioritize its revitalization. During my presentation, I will provide detailed information about the renovation of the playground and the nearby parking lot. The city of Othello is nestled in the heart of the Columbia Basin at Adams County in southeastern Washington state. Its strategic location places it 100 miles to the west of Spokane and 180 miles east of Seattle. Othello, a community of 9,005, has playgrounds at 2 parks, Lyons and Kiwanis. Within the city, the 5-lane arterial of Main Street acts as a barrier, dividing the community's use of Lyons Park to the north and Kiwanis Park to the south. According to the ACS survey, Othello's demographic profile clearly indicates the median household income is significantly lower than the state average, and the city's population consists of over 80% persons of color. In 2021 and 2022, community meetings were held and in-person and paper surveys were conducted to understand the community's needs and requests for a park plan. Another was carried out in the early spring this year. Over 40% of respondents wanted upgrades made to the park playgrounds. Since Lyons Park received substantial improvements in the recent years, the Planning Commission recommended that it would be best to focus on improving the other parks to more equitably provide park amenities. The neighborhoods near Kiwanis exhibit larger family sizes, and the city wants to improve and address the need and demand for adequate play facilities, as the current recreational amenities at Kiwanis Park were constructed in 1979 to 1981 with the support of an LWCF grant through IACC. Providing free access to recreation is essential, as 41% of Othello's population is age 18 and under. And Othello's children aged 0 to 14 constitute 33% of the population, with a significant portion being underserved and disadvantaged, as 27% of them live in poverty. Othello School District reports that 75% of students qualify for free and reduced lunch, and 13% of students in Othello schools are enrolled in the special education department. Kiwanis Park, owing to its strategic location, is perfectly positioned to serve these low-income neighborhoods and surrounding schools. Thus, it is incumbent upon us to address the existing need and demand, as the children of Othello rely on our collective efforts. The playground equipment at Kiwanis Park was installed in the early 1980s. It has been well used and is in need of an update. Usability is limited because of the uneven gravel ground surface and surrounding concrete curbing. The current equipment is damaged in several areas and reaching its lifespan. The current playground infrastructure presents challenges related to safety and accessibility and does not align with current inclusive standards or address children with special needs. We recognize these concerns and have proactively employed risk management measures to ensure the design, installation, and maintenance of the new playground prioritizes safety and inclusivity for all children. The uneven and cracked surfaces caused by tree roots have made it difficult for everyone to use and access the 21 tight-spaced parking spaces in the parking lot. In recent surveys obtained, participants have expressed their concerns about the inadequate and uneven parking spaces to access the park amenities. This renovation proposal for Kiwanis Park is in line with Othello's 2022 Park Element Plan. The plan includes an upgrade by 2026 and the incorporation of inclusive, sensory, and musical features. This project aligns with the 4 priorities of the Outdoor Action Compass in RCO's Recreation and Conservation Plan. It involves the redesigning of a playground in an underserved community while also preserving the park's natural environment and encouraging healthy and inclusive activities for all. Kiwanis Park, under city ownership since 1953, is in need of this renovation. As mentioned before, the playground fails to comply with current safety and accessibility standards, thus inadequately serving the needs of our community. The current project site is a beautiful space with bluegrass sod, established trees, tennis courts, playgrounds, and restrooms. We plan to replace the existing playground area with turf grass and move the new inclusive playground to the south to take advantage of the existing tree canopy and connect to our existing trails, which are currently being renovated. The parking lot will also be renovated to improve safety and to double the number of parking stalls. Additionally, new trees and lighting will be added to enhance the path to the park amenities. The project involves removing the 1980s equipment and replacing it with a more expansive, universally accessible playground structure and support amenities. Rubber surfacing is planned to enhance safety and accessibility. We will expand the parking lot by 17 spaces, resurface to address uneven surfaces caused by tree roots, and bring accessible parking to code. We will complete this part of the renovation by removing the current asphalt and the row of diseased and dying trees, replacing with new asphalt, shade trees, and security lighting. As a result, the parking capacity will increase by 17 stalls and meet current accessibility standards. This will increase access and accessibility to a play area that promotes a community valuing and encouraging healthy living and outdoor activities. Kiwanis Park is the perfect canvas for our project. Encompassing 15 acres and surrounded by majestic trees and bluegrass sod, it provides an idyllic setting. Our goal is to create a space that exceeds expectations and champions equity for the youth in this community. The new playground surface of a poured-in-place rubber surface for universal access will be preserving the park's natural slopes and drainage grading. The playground renovation is well aligned with the needs of the community. It's located in a low-income neighborhood and designed to be all-inclusive. Starting from the entrance, the play path is lined with music, games, and fun for children of all abilities. The parking lot renovation will add more parking to increase accessibility to the park and the playground. The inclusive science and sound playground design features inclusive play pods connected to a central climbing tower. The pods are accessible by ramps and bridges and offer multiple play activities that are suitable for those with mobility devices. The cable links provide exciting connections to the hub tower, and topping it all off, it's covered by a paragon shade, making it a dramatic and dynamic play destination that is truly out of this world. This project entails a total budget of $1.25 million. We are seeking $625,000 from LWCF and $500,000 from WWRP and have allocated $125,000 as a local match. The cost estimate was prepared using the accuracy of design survey and includes taxes, contingencies, and escalation. A complete cultural resources was done in 2023, but we have included funds for possible additional studies. We anticipate to have this project completed by September of 2026. In the past, the city has collected input from the community through meetings, in-person, and paper surveys. Social media has been found to be the most effective way to connect with the community, especially given our young population with a median age of 25. This survey, conducted in English and Spanish, shows Kiwanis Park is in the top 3 recommendations for renovation. The city has already begun renovating its swimming pool and plans to address the need for an indoor facility soon. The pictures in this slide were posted in an Instagram poll on April of 2024. This was to obtain confirmation of a Kiwanis Park playground and parking renovation. Over 90% of respondents indicated that Kiwanis Park requires a new playground and increased parking for accessibility. Thus, these results influenced the project design. This poll was conducted to gather feedback on specific concerns at Kiwanis Park. Many participants voiced concerns about the playground being outdated, unsafe, inaccessible, and not easily visible. Additionally, several respondents raised issues regarding the limited capacity and safety of the parking lot. Businesses and organizations in Othello are in favor of the project, and we are especially excited to have partnered with the Othello School District, specifically the Special Education Department, on design elements needed to ensure children with disabilities have access to equipment and activities that promote physical, cognitive, and social development. We will also be conducting a survey throughout the local elementary schools so that the students can vote on the playground theme. At Kiwanis Park, efforts have been made to preserve the existing tree canopy, which helps cool the area and reduce the urban island effect. Additionally, the park boasts 100% on-site mitigation for stormwater. Kiwanis Park provides ecosystem services and vegetation cover, which in turn helps mitigate air pollutants, lower surface temperatures, reduce flooding, and enhance community resilience to climate change. Kiwanis Park is easily accessible on foot or by bike for a significant portion of Othello residents. Playgrounds are crucial for the development of young children, providing opportunities for physical activity, social interaction, and creativity. Inclusive playgrounds allow children of all abilities to engage in play and social activities, while also fostering adult social interaction through provided benches and supporting elements. The site furnishings and play equipment will be designed to be durable and long-lasting, made from 30% to 100% recycled materials. As a result, the project's lifespan will be extended, leading to reduced future maintenance costs. The use of green infrastructure will also help in lowering public service costs. It is estimated that 80% of the labor and material for the project will be locally sourced. The playground surfacing will be of recycled shredded rubber. The city has owned this park since 1953 and does not need to acquire more land. Restrooms and trail support structures are already in place and undergoing renovation. Additionally, city employs its own dedicated grounds maintenance staff exclusively for Kiwanis Park, so no additional staffing costs are expected for this project. All engineering work for this project will be done by our in-house engineering staff, thus reducing elevated engineering costs of using an outside consultant. Thank you for allowing me to present our project. I hope you enjoyed the images of the young people in this presentation, all of whom represent Othello's youth.
Thank you, Sarah. Questions for Sarah? Jason.
Hey there, thanks for the presentation. I really appreciate it. I just had a question about the parking lot and the root intrusion, which I understand is a challenge. And if the trees that are being removed to address that issue, if those are all the ones that you mentioned that were unhealthy and diseased, or if there's other trees that are being removed that maybe are doing all right.
I can't get back to that slide, but that section in the front, a section of them are already dying. And that whole front section, the disease that's in those trees has spreaded. Some of those trees have also reached their lifespan. They're just beyond that point. So it's pretty much that front row section. I can't really point it out. You can see that parking lot there. And there's that front row section would allow us the feet to come in, and then we can replace and add new trees for shade lighting. So the trees are going to have to come out either way, regardless, and something new is going to have to be planted.
Okay, thank you so much.
Other questions for Sarah? Hearing no other questions, Sarah, we're going to wrap up evaluations today and tomorrow. And we're expecting to have a preliminary ranked list the week after next.
Okay. All right. Thank you guys for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to our lunch break. We're a little bit early. So I just would ask that folks come back around 1 o'clock, and we'll plan on getting started no later than 1:05, maybe a little bit earlier if our sponsor or applicant is already in the room. Okay, thank you all.
Thanks.
I think we did that earlier.
It just went away.
Oh, it did. Okay.
Maybe it just popped down there because you're no longer sharing. I'm just trying to get to this. It's one I'm trying to see why it's on here. Oh, let me see if this says. So this says multiple taskbar, multiple displays. And it says show the taskbar on all displays. I turned that off. See how it went away? And so then if I want to show it, I can say you can show taskbars on the main and the taskbar where it's open. So if we do that, it's going to show like on here, because you have these web pages. So if you scroll down, that'll pop up so you can grab it or your PowerPoint.
So when I pull it down, it will pop up, but it won't be showing static.
Correct.
Okay.
So now if we went back to, but see, it's over here. And it would be, so whatever it is that you identified as your main.
Okay.
So do you see that one?
Yeah, thank you.
So main taskbar and the taskbar where the window is open. And I usually say, and the taskbar where the window is open. So just in case I need it, I don't have to go all the way back to my laptop or whatever it was. So that one. So if you look at this on multiple displays, the taskbar where the window is open is one option. All of the taskbars, and then that's what was checked. And I say main taskbar and the taskbar where the window is. Okay. And this is your slide?
Yes. Lunch.
Close this. And I'm not sure why you have that up there. Because you can have this here. And then when you say play, you say, and you just minimize that.
Okay.
That way it's always clean up there. You don't have a lot of stuff up there. And then when you get ready to just go to your next one, ready to go.
Thank you.
Let me
Straightening
see
out.
this one right here.
Welcome, John.
Hi, Deanne. Thank you.
Hi, we're all coming back from lunch, so I'm going to pull up your presentation and then we'll get you set up.
That sounds great. Thanks so much. How's it going today?
Going well.
Good.
Yeah, it's been a good morning. Things are going well. Seeing
Awesome.
lots of great projects.
Good.
Taking a look and making sure it looks like most folks. Looks like everybody's back. Hi, Michael. You are muted. I don't know if, oh, there you go.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know I was back.
Oh, thank you. Here. And I'm going to hand over controls. Whoops, that's not what I expected to see. Okay. It's a little slow coming back from lunch. I'm talking about me, not the technology.
Oh, I know that feeling.
Okay, John, you should be able to click now a couple times. Just make sure you can move your slides.
Okay, let's see. I have a mouse arrow.
There you go.
There we go. Back arrow to go back.
Okay. So I will be timing you. You have 12 minutes to present today, and then we'll allow time afterwards for the committee to ask any questions. So you may begin whenever you're ready.
Sounds great. All right. Thank you, Deanne. And thanks everybody for being here today. Happy to see you. Okay, my name is John Batelli and I'm the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Spokane Valley. I'm here today to present the Balfour Playground and Spray Park, which is part of a transformative project creating a new community gathering space in the heart of our city. Shown here is a recent photo from the park at our new Veterans Memorial dedication this past May. We come to you today from the eastern edge of the state, where we're just a few miles from the Idaho border. Interstate 90 bisects our city on its way toward the state line. Incorporated in 2003, Spokane Valley is the 8th largest city in the state of Washington, with a population of over 110,000 now, and spanning over 38 square miles. Balfour Park is in the center of our city. Shown on the map are 1/2, 1 mile, and 2 mile walking distances from the park. Originally developed in the 1950s, the old Balfour Park was approximately 2.8 acres in size, and you can see that in the northeast corner of the map, yellow outline on the map. The city purchased approximately 8 acres to the west of the park in 2012 and entered into an interlocal agreement to sell approximately 3 of those acres to Spokane County Library District for a new downtown library. The area outlined in yellow shows the new park boundary at 8.5 acres. You can also see on this map the fire station to the southeast of the park. The entire block between Harold, Balfour, Main, and Sprague is now under public ownership. Across Sprague Avenue to the south is Spokane Valley's City Hall. Here's a photo of the original park, which included a small playground and a restroom building, a gravel volleyball court, and open space. The Library District began construction of their new library in 2022, and the city began phase 1 of the Balfour Park expansion in 2023. The library property shown in green is now complete and the new library is open to the public. Phase 1 of the park project is shown in blue and has been completed this summer. Future park elements are shown in gray and include 4 pickleball courts, 2 basketball courts, a large picnic shelter, an amphitheater stage, and the playground and splash pad, which are the subject of this grant application. Also being constructed right now is a stormwater treatment project that reduces lanes on Sprague Avenue, adds a new public transit stop, and installs a pedestrian crosswalk to connect City Hall to the new park and library, greatly improving safety and access for the community. Question 1, need local priorities. The city's park system consists of active and passive recreation areas. The green circles on this map show our 5 neighborhood parks, 3 community parks, and large urban park. We also have 3 outdoor pools, a senior center, and 2 paved multimodal trails. The city recently completed 3 additional property acquisitions for future park needs, which are shown in the gray circles. Those properties are undeveloped. In total, we have approximately 350 acres of parkland. The red star is the subject property, Balfour Park. Also shown on the map are the locations of our 4 other splash pads and our 3 outdoor pools. This map shows the approximate service area for Balfour Park with a half-mile walking distance to the park shown in green and extending out to the 1-mile walk in yellow. There are no other parks in the service area. The white icon to the northeast of the park is an elementary school that includes a small playground. The closest city parks outside the service area are Edgecliff Park, shown in the lower left corner of the map, which is approximately 2 miles away and includes a small splash pad and playground. And then Valley Mission Park on the north edge of the map is 1.5 miles away and includes a medium-sized playground and an outdoor pool. There are nearly 3,000 youth living in the service area for Balfour Park. There's a lot of information on this slide, but I just wanted to draw your attention to the total population of the service area, which is nearly 13,000, and the median household income of 56,820, which is far below the statewide average. There are also over 750 households living below the poverty level in the service area. The proposed improvements to Balfour Park align with several goals and policies in our Parks and Recreation Master Plan, including developing parks that are spread equitably throughout the city, broadening recreational opportunities for both residents and visitors, and developing partnerships to meet community needs for parks and recreation services. Additionally, the proposed improvements to Balfour Park are specifically listed in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and in Table 7-1 of the Parks and Rec Capital Improvement Program. Question 2, project scope. The vision for an expanded Balfour Park dates back more than 12 years to when the city acquired the adjoining property for civic purposes and developed a conceptual plan for an integrated park and library site across from City Hall. Working independently, but with the same design team as the library district, the city engaged the public to update the master plan for an integrated site design. While separate from the library, the expanded park will offer the public a seamless experience with a wide range of new recreational opportunities. The updated park master plan identified locations for an amphitheater with covered stage, a new spray park with associated restrooms, a signature playground, multiple sport courts, an events plaza, a large picnic shelter, walking paths, open space, and a vet memorial. Shown here is the final site plan. This grant will construct the playground and spray park, which are outlined in red. Noteworthy is the required restrooms have already been constructed, and the building includes the mechanical room for the spray park, as well as a small security office. This rendering shows a vision of the fully developed park oriented to the southwest with the new library and City Hall in the distance. The spray park and playground are in the center of the rendering, and the sport courts and parking would be out of the image to the bottom and left off the screen. This photo was taken just a month ago last month on July 1. The brown areas on the ground are the pad-ready sites for future park elements. These are not irrigated, but they've been planted with native grasses. The asphalt pad on the right side of the photo has since been fitted with soccer goals and fencing and will be painted with court surfacing by the Seattle Sounders Rave Foundation next week. A dedication ceremony is planned for September 12th. By installing all of the park infrastructure in phase 1, including the parking, pathways, lighting, and underground utilities stubbed into the park building, the stage has been set for a cost-effective installation of the playground and splash pad, which were the 2 highest ranked elements for the new park expansion through our public outreach. This photo shows the pad-ready location for the playground, and this photo shows the pad-ready location for the spray park with the required restroom in the distance in the background. Question 4, project design, fit. The entire scope of this grant application is to construct the signature playground and splash pad, the 2 highest ranked elements prioritized through the master plan update and design process. This word cloud generated at an August 2021 community workshop demonstrates the popularity of these elements. The design for the playground was developed with variety and accessibility in mind, based on input gathered through our master plan update in 2019 and 2021. Options for playground elements were voted on in the community design workshop event and selected for a variety of ages and skill levels. Unique features include the ability for children with mobility limitations to get out onto the second story of the largest play structure, and there's plenty of room and view lines for parents and grandparents to engage and observe from adjacent seating walls and park benches. The spray park design integrates a variety of features and emphasizes accessibility and sight lines for a dynamic play experience in the heart of the park. The spray park will provide a much needed free place for youth to cool off in the summer, where currently there are no options in the service area. The wavy design theme also ties in with a public art sculpture that will be installed on the circular pad next to the spray park on the left. Question 5, project design budget. The cost estimate for the playground was obtained through our design team and adjusted for escalation for 2026 construction and adherence to Buy America requirements. The playground area is over 11,000 square feet and will use a combination of forever lawn turf and poured-in-place playground surfacing for accessibility and durability. All of the playground features are certified for the Buy America program. The cost estimate for the spray park was also obtained through our design team and adjusted for 2026 construction and adherence to Buy America. Additional costs are allocated for a recirculating water treatment system, which will minimize water consumption and waste. The design also integrates multicolored lights and a variety of features for an engaging user experience and visually stunning display. Finally, not part of this grant request, but a component of the project, the Heart of the Valley sculpture has been donated to the city by the Spokane Valley Arts Commission, and it served as a partial inspiration for the spray park design. The sculpture will be installed adjacent to the spray park and anchors a major sightline within the park, and its name speaks to the community anchor point that Balfour Park will become. Question 6, project engagement methods. Public engagement on the Balfour Park expansion project really began back in 2012 when the city acquired the vacant land adjoining the old park, and it has continued through the current day. Stakeholder interviews, tabling events, in-park canvassing, neighborhood mailers, online surveys, and community workshops were all part of the public engagement process and the development of the final master plan. Regular community updates have continued since phase 1 construction began, and the response from our community has been extremely positive. Question 7, project engagement community. On the heels of the County Library District securing funding to build their library, the city finalized the Balfour Park design. The design team helped the community influence the final park design through an online survey and community workshop. 46 community members attended the workshop, and over 200 individuals provided additional input online. The result was a prioritization of desired park elements that has led to the playground and spray park project being pursued today. Project engagement partnerships. Several amazing partners are providing support for the Balfour Park expansion project through donations and joint programming. Although not part of this proposal, the Rave Foundation's donation of the soccer mini pitch is nearly complete. Rave specifically chose Balfour Park because of the opportunity to partner with the Spokane County Library District and because of the low income and underserved population around the park. Additionally, our partnership with SCLD is strong, and together we host a free park program in 3 of our other parks in the city each summer. As the new park at Balfour comes online, the Balfour location is anticipated to become the new hub of this popular summer program. Additional support for the park has been provided by the Arts Commission and the Kiwanis Club of Spokane Valley. Question 9, sustainability. Our project has sustainability goals and outcomes in several areas, including ecologically through the splash pad design and by increasing tree canopy and stormwater infiltration. Socially, with a connection to the public transit system, the natural synergy with the Spokane Valley Library, proximity to emergency services, and by creating a community gathering space. And finally, economically, by contributing to our city's sense of place and opportunities for destination marketing and establishing a downtown civic campus. Question 10, cost efficiencies. The donated soccer mini pitch and art sculptures are not part of this application, but they complement the project. There are significant cost savings through the ready-built pads already in place and utilities stubbed into the restroom building, and overall at the project site through the availability of parking and open space at the separately owned library next door. And finally, specific to the playground and spray park project, we have received a pledge for a cash donation of $40,000 from the Spokane Valley Kiwanis Club for the playground. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Whew.
Thank you, John. It's very obvious you timed that down to the second. Nice job.
Thank you. I was watching my little stopwatch too and trying to
Yeah.
stay on target. So I'm glad I made it.
Very, very nice. Questions from the committee for John today? Al.
Hey, John, good to see you.
Hi, Al.
Hey, around the project design budget area, you mentioned this Buy America program. Expand on that a little bit for me, would you?
Yeah, well, so we're aware that as hopeful recipients of land and water conservation funding, we need to comply with the requirements of the Buy America Act. And so we've taken the time with our designers to make sure the items that we're showing you can be sourced through America and provided to comply with that program. So
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you.
And I would just add to what John just answered there that he's exactly right. This is a newer law that folks are need to comply with using federal funds. So it's always a good thing to hear that a sponsor has considered that as part of their design and their budget.
Yeah. Kevin.
Kevin.
Hey, yeah, thank you. In your haste to finish on time, I couldn't quite keep up with you in the cost efficiencies portion. Could we just go back and look at that and just
be happy to? Oh, great. Forward, I think one
more.
There we go.
Oops.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Back to that one. Okay. So I mentioned two things, but I really want to be transparent and acknowledge that the soccer pitch is already done. It's a tremendous value to the city. The art sculpture is really going to be installed as part of this project, but it's not an eligible element. And so we didn't include it in the grant metrics, but I did want to mention it because it's a reality to the project and it contributed to the design. The cash pledge from the Kiwanis Club is specific for this project and they're interested in funding an element of the playground in there. And then I just think there's a lot of efficiency from the shared use of the site and the synergy with the library. So,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for asking.
Michael.
Thank you. I think I'm asking something that's along the lines of this previous question. In terms of partnerships, direct partnerships and sort of indirect, I think I missed a little bit about that. If we could, yeah, I just want to make sure I understand.
You bet. Okay, and so the partnerships with the Library District and the Rave Foundation are really contributing to the overall viability of the park and the site. Specifically, Rave and the library are putting together curriculum programming for in the park specific to the soccer pitch, but we already work with the Library District and have for many, many years to put on a free summer park program. And so when the playground and the splash pad are complete, we expect that library engagement and partnership is really going to contribute to the experience on the ground in the park. So that's kind of what I was getting at there.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for asking.
Any other questions for John today? Seeing no other hands up. Thank you, John, for coming in and presenting today. We do have more evaluations to get through today and tomorrow, and we're expecting to have a preliminary ranked list by the week after next.
Excellent. Well, thanks for the update, and thanks everyone for your time. I know what it's like to be in the seat, and enjoy all the other projects. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
We're about 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so I'm looking for the City of Quincy and Russ Harrington. I think it looks like he's in the room.
Yes, I am.
Russ, all right. Are you ready to go?
You betcha.
Okay, let's get to your presentation. Okay, and I'm going to turn the remote over to you. Should be able to double click on that and move things around. Yep, looks like that's you.
Yep, looks like I got it now.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm going to time you, Russ. You do have 12 minutes to present, and then we'll take questions from the committee, if any. And whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer.
Perfect. Well, good afternoon. My name is Russ Harrington, and I'm the Recreation Director for the City of Quincy. I'm here today presenting our application for the LWCF grant for a new softball field and parking area in an upcoming additional park to our Lozier Park system. The image here on the screen is the vacant property that the city currently owns that we would be developing the park in. Quincy is located in Grant County in almost the exact center of the state, as shown by the yellow star in the middle of the page. The smaller map on the right-hand side shows the city of Quincy in relationship to the school district boundaries, which would be our primary user group. It's about 510 square miles that we draw our school district from, and that's kind of what we consider our user group around here. The larger map on the left-hand side of the screen shows the city of Quincy UGA city limits, and the yellow star in both these images and future images depict where this park will be located in relationship to other items in the slides. Here's a more zoomed in look at the park. On the left-hand picture, you can see the star in the middle of a vacant field, which is pretty much a current picture of that, in relationship to the Lozier Park just to the north of that starred area. And then the image on the right-hand side is our completed build out of what we hope to see this park look like within the next 5 years, with ball fields and pathways and parking and everything. The red highlighted area is the only part for this LWCF grant. Again, here is a recent picture of the parkland that will be developed. Quincy only has one lighted field for any softball or baseball games. Not even our high school has any fields that are lit. And this park is on the opposite end of town from where this new park will be built. You can see the star and then the farthest park on the right-hand side of the screen. Quincy has a total acreage right now of about 43 developed acres of parkland, which equates to about 5.4 acres per 1,000 residents. As per the NRPA, suggested acres for a town under 20,000 residents is about 10.5 developed acres. This new additional softball field will add about 3/4 of an acre to our developed system, but once the whole completed parkland is done, it will bring our total developed acres up to about 7.5 acres per 1,000 residents, getting a little bit closer to what that NRPA recommendation is. This slide shows a picture of our current lighted field. It's the only field in town with lights. This field was developed in the mid-'80s and is very outdated and inefficient. Since this is the only field in town with lights, there are times when this area is being used for soccer, volleyball, baseball, and softball. With soccer being such a huge sport in Quincy, this field in the later fall and early spring, when it's darker and longer, gets used for soccer practice quite a bit with the lights turned on. And that outfield grass shows the wear and tear throughout the summer because it doesn't get a chance to take a break during those colder months because of the lights. This is the only place to practice. Here's some images of some of our other smaller fields, but they get used for both softball, adult softball, and youth little league as well. These fields have had minimal development since they got originally put in, other than some sprinkler and irrigation system. That soil that's in them is pretty much just topsoil off of underneath our grass. And some of these parks are the same parks that I played on in the mid-'80s, meaning they haven't seen a whole lot of upkeep or upgrades to them as well. These images depict our one adult softball field, and this is a tournament that happens every year, one of about 5 that happen every year. And as you can see, there's not a whole lot of room between the backstop and our parking lot, honestly. That canopy that's on the right-hand picture is on a little bit of a hillside, and there's about 6 feet between that canopy and the fence where the players are leaning up on the other side. We don't have any bleachers, we don't have any stands, everything's pretty tight and small in this area. This is a map of the city of Quincy, again, with the one current lighted softball field on the right-hand side of the screen, and the star on the bottom left is where this new park will be developed. Kind of shows some future developments around town as well as some roads. Again, just another shot of that area looking a little bit different direction. This is a rendering from our architects of what the completed parkland will look like, with, again, the red area as the LWCF grant. As the city of Quincy is planning to develop this quadrant of town, the softball field and parking lots is one of the first developments we'd like to see, as we will be updating and changing the park where that current lighted softball field is located. We're trying to get away with not having at least keeping one lighted softball field and field for everybody's use without tearing everything down and not having any lit fields. The city is also planning new roads to be built to access this heavily used park and the schools that are located on this side of town. Currently, the only way to that area of town and to that park and those schools is down the road on the left-hand side of the screen, coming off of Highway 28, which cuts through the center of town. So the neighborhoods that are closest to that don't have a direct line driving way to that right now, and the red lines show that. There is a walking path from the closest neighborhood to the current park, as shown in the green line on the screen. And the new park will connect up with that park to extend our non-motorized access to this new area. There is also a new trail being designed, as depicted as white on that screen as well. And that will connect our two largest parks about 2 miles away, all the way across town. Again, the image of the park and the roadways that'll be being built to help access everything. And here's our different phases to look at the development of this park. It helps break everything down a little bit when we look into it as smaller pieces. Even though this plan is listed as numerically phased, depending on what funds we are able to secure through either the LWCF or the 2 other grants that we applied for, we will be looking to develop what we've got the money for at the time. If we get 2 of the 3 grants, then we'll start working on those. If we only get 1 or whatever, we're going to start with that. It's just kind of a way to break things down is what we're looking at here. As far as our budgeting process goes, our architects estimated everything on the breakdown on the screen, including escalation costs. The plan was to hopefully start building next year in 2025 with hopefully some RCO grant funding monies. We were able to use our 2022 RCO PRA grant to have the architectural firm work up the documents and get our plans to about 90% complete. We will have them finalized once we work through this fall grant cycle, as well as our city budgeting process in the coming months. Project engagement. Over the past 4 years, we have been working on updating our master parks plan, our non-motorized trails plan, and we just last year started a new parks and recreation taxing district to help with the build of a new aquatic center and indoor sports complex. Over the course of these documents coming together, we have passed out and gathered over 1,400 survey responses about recreation and activities in our area. Those surveys were published in both English and Spanish, and we received a very good turnout back to us from Spanish-speaking households and those identifying as Spanish or Latino in ethnicity. The surveys and other methods of input gathering came from a number of different events held over that time frame, from farmers markets to National Night Out celebrations to community open houses and other large community events. We also had an online survey passed around Facebook. We had direct email listing through our recreation email list, and also a link that went out in our city utilities billing. The community partnerships that we have been working with is working with our softball directors, those that are putting on the tournaments in town right now, as well as our Little League organizers. We've been in communication with all of them about timelines, what the options may be. Are we going to be able to have multiple fields at one time? Are we not going to have any available and they have to use school fields? We've been working with them and talking with them. As of this time, those are all 501c nonprofits that give back to the community through scholarships. So they haven't necessarily pledged any money or help yet, but knowing those groups, it's very possible that they may be able to. We are going to be working with some of the other local community groups to see what they can come up with as well to help us out. For the sustainability aspect, there are a number of items we are looking to incorporate. Part of the whole park complex, including this softball area, we plan to use our industrial reuse water system for irrigation. That water will have already been used once in our local data centers, and we will reclaim and treat that water and start using it throughout town for irrigation of parks and neighborhoods. This part of the park will also help extend our non-motorized trail system, as it provides a destination or a landing point for that crosstown park trail system. The build of this field, along with the others to come after, will be a great upgrade and update to our community ball fields used for both youth leagues as well as the adult tournaments in the summertime. Another aspect of this build that we were looking forward to is the maintenance from a maintenance standpoint, is the building that is circled in red here as a maintenance shed, as well as having restrooms available to our park users. We currently don't have any storage at the current park just to the north of this location. And so when our staff are working on maintenance out in the park, if they forget something or have to grab new parts, they have to drive all the way back into town 2+ miles or go to their shop to pick things up and bring it back. And with a dedicated storage facility, we can store equipment and tools and all the necessary supplies that they'll have to keep working on both this park and the one directly north of it. As for our cost efficiencies, we're looking to utilize this LWCF grant, as well as applying for a local community grant next January that, if awarded that one, would be available about the same time these monies are available. With our water reuse system, we will also be looking at state and federal monies to help with that, as that's a bigger system and a bigger issue where most of the Central Columbia Basin is on water shortage issues, most of Eastern Washington probably. And this will help us as a community keep our potable water available to our residents while still being able to keep green landscaped area in our fields. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Russ. Just under the timer. Nice job. The questions for Russ today from the committee. I don't see any questions for you, Russ. Oh, there's Kevin.
All right, slow, trigger slow. Back in sort of the earlier part of the discussion, determining the need, I was just kind of curious about how I don't know that you need to go back, but how the sports or the ball fields part of this came up sort of first, in terms of, like, I see got like the other sports car fields in phase 2 and a playground and all that later and all that. I was just, how did those relative priorities come about? And I recognize you said something about, well, you could do what you could do with funding as it became available, but so I'm curious about the priorities within this project and then comparison across perhaps other needs in the city.
Sure. So one of the bigger drivers, I won't say it wasn't the community that wanted it, because obviously our current 40-year-old ball field needs updated, and it's pretty well wedged into where it's at. But the bigger issue is we're looking to, with the new taxing district that we just started, and that school district boundary actually is our new taxing district for a Parks and Rec district. We're going to be planning to build a new aquatic center right on top of where that ball field is, that only lighted field. So our hope was to have one ball field come in that's lit so that we could not worry about not having anything in town that was not lit. As well as updating that field, like I say, that we can't even get lights for those light poles anymore, and we don't have any equipment that's tall enough to change them out. When they originally did that, our local PUD used their large bucket trucks back in the 80s to put those telephone poles in, and obviously over the last 40 years they've changed their rules, and they don't like to do that. That's not on their own property, their own items anymore. So there's a little bit of a hard time if we try to get them to change lights for us. So there's some outdated issues there, but a lot of it was a driving force of kind of a domino effect of, if we need to get a new aquatic center built, We don't want to get rid of one lighted field, so we want to have the one lighted field. Phase 2 with our soccer players, that's been a concern for years because we've got tennis courts, we got pickleball courts, we got basketball courts, we got a softball field, but there are no lighted soccer fields. So that one's definitely high up on the list, especially with as many soccer players as we have here in Quincy, which seems like 3/4 of the community at any one time. So trying to get them a lighted soccer field as soon as we can would be, the squeaky wheel, so to speak. They come to council every couple of times a year, things like that. So those were kind of the steps to it. And then it was just kind of more of which way to follow around the park that made sense to fill in. Once we got 1 and 2, do we go to 3? We applied for WWRP local parks for phase 4 for the park or the playground area. If we happen to get that one and none of the rest of them, we're still going to do that. And with the road systems, we're planning on doing parking lots and things, and we'll find the different aspects to add into it. We'd love to see it go numerically or whatever we can get at any one time. That's what we're going to focus on and keep working, because everything's going to be an addition to the community no matter what we add.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Any other questions for Russ? Okay, hearing no other questions, thank you for coming in today, Russ, and presenting.
Perfect. Appreciate
We've
it.
got
You guys
some more.
have a great day and enjoy the rest of them.
Okay, so we would expect that we've got a preliminary ranked list to share with you probably the week after next.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. So next up we have Pierce County. And I've got Roxanne and Ted on my list. So who might be presenting today?
Roxanne is.
All right. Nice to see you, Roxanne.
Thank you, Deanne.
Get to your presentation. Okay, and this is at Sprinker.
Yes, it is.
All right. I think there we go. Okay, I'm going to pass you the control. Okay, you should be able to double click and grab it. Let's make sure you can move your slides. I'll be timing you today, and you have 12 minutes to present. And you may begin whenever you're ready, and I'll start the timer.
All right. Thanks. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roxanne Miles, Pierce County Parks Director, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our community's request for $2 million for conversion of grass sport fields to artificial turf at Sprinker Recreation Center, an outdoor sports complex serving over 170,000 residents. As an introduction, the project site is in Parkland, an unincorporated area in Pierce County, which is in the South Puget Sound. Sprinker Recreation Center is located on the boundary of Parkland Spanaway, and the entire area is unincorporated but highly populated. In fact, the urban growth area of Parkland Spanaway and Midland is 80,000 residents, and the 5-mile service area of 170,000 residents would be the second largest city just next to Tacoma in Pierce County if it ever was incorporated. With phase 1, we were able to put in 2 synthetic ball fields with multi-purpose field capacity in the outfield. This you can see on the right of the slide. With phase 2, which we've divided into an A and B, which I'll talk about, which is on the left, we will add 4 turf ball fields with 3 multi-purpose field overlays. Synthetic turf is a necessity in the Pacific Northwest and the only way for us to expand the sports and seasons of play as part of the county's commitment to get every youth in South Pierce County active. The need. The phase 2 development area is not a pretty fourplex now as drawn on the last slide. It is 3 grass fields, 2 of them fenced with lighting and 1 smaller practice field. These are primarily used for adult softball, do not support older age baseball, and are rarely used for other sports due to the dirt infields, poor drainage, and risk of overuse. We are actively trying to restore and repair the grass after phase 1 construction limited access. Tournaments are challenging now, split between the grass fields and the new turf infields. Sprinker serves residents locally and regionally. There are 730,000 residents within the 10 miles of the center, which is the lighter pink or peach circle. 42% of the residents in that area are BIPOC. There is not another regional sports complex within the 5-mile darker service area. And the county's other sports complex, Heritage, is the orange dot 8 miles away, which primarily serves unincorporated Puyallup. And the gold dot is Metro Parks Tacoma's Sarah complex, designed for Tacoma residents. Again, there are 170,000 residents within 5 miles of Sprinker. We are the only complex, and 35% of those residents are youth. The immediate local area is designated a Blue Zones community, which is a health initiative to transform communities with high risk factors and to provide infrastructure to make the healthy choice the easy choice through activities, infrastructure, and food supply. This is extremely important in this area because income is lower, diversity is higher, disability rates are higher, and health overall is poorer. Healthy activities are a necessity, and this diverse community desires to play more in different sports than are currently offered. Our plans all indicate a per capita sport field deficit to meet the needs of the growing community. The Parklands-Vanaway Midlake area has already grown over 40% in the last 20 years and is a priority for investment because park resources are diminished as the growth happens, and we have a lower and lower per capita rate. Sports summits were held in fall of 2023 to map our system and service gaps from the youth and the provider perspectives, identifying the need for facilities to serve older youth, hence the high school regulation fields for baseball, and multi-purpose field overlays for soccer, football, lacrosse, and other multi-sport uses to recapture older youth who are now leaving the community to play competitive sports. We need over 14 sport fields to meet current and future capacity, 4 for baseball and 10 multi-purpose. This project helps with 3 of the 5 activity areas of interest that are growing in our community: soccer, other multi-purpose field sports, and baseball overall. The other categories of indoor sports and especially outdoor recreation are being met at other parks. A recent State of Play report found that only 16% of youth in this area of the county were active daily, and the rate of completely inactive youth greatly surpassed the county and state average. The tie between sport and physical and mental health is strong, and the report showed this area is experiencing consequences of the lack of continuity in sports programming. Right now, we serve about 800 youth and limit the number of sports and hours of play to mitigate the impact on grass turf. We are only utilizing the fields a fraction of the seasons, days, and hours we could with synthetic fields. With the expansion of site capacity and with fewer losses due to rainouts, we expect a strong profile of serving 5,000 players annually once the complex is fully turfed. The scope of our project is to expand youth sport opportunities by developing artificial turf fields that serve more sports, more seasons, and more levels of play as part of a strategy to serve all 30,000 local K-12 youth equitably. This site is to be restored and expanded as the main destination for recreational and competitive sports play for all residents in South Pierce County. Phase 2 will develop 4 turf ball fields with 3 multi-purpose overlays to complete the sports complex in the final outdoor improvements at Sprinker Recreation Center. This project is large, requiring a $17 million investment in all, which has resulted in us breaking it into 2, A and B, to make it financially feasible to complete. The scope for 2B is half of the fourplex. The fields will all have the necessary amenities for recreational competitive play of multiple sports. The design is basically equal between the A and B. However, 2B will convert the 2 west grass ball fields into 2 synthetic turf ball fields, 1 high school regulation size, and include 1 complete multi-purpose field across the outfields. Further, we will add the multi-purpose field lines and features to the northern multi-purpose field that connects A and B together at the top. 2B has the incremental cost of making the northern field functional once the base turf in both A and B is in place. All amenities for play of the diverse sports will be included, except fencing in the restroom building, which the county will bring post-construction. The project will be accessible, landscaped, and integrated into the park for a seamless flow and quality experience. Accessibility of the full site is very important, as this site will support youth and adult Special Olympics and adaptive sports programs offered through a local partner. In addition to the lined synthetic turf, each field will have dugouts, scoreboards, and spectator seating to give youth the chance to play under the lights in front of family and friends year-round in league and tournament play. This design allows us to have as many youth in sports play at the site as possible to close the service gap. Our cost estimate includes taxes, contingencies, and escalation, and this was prepared based on our phase 1 actual cost. And this $8.6 million is just for the 2B scope of work. The focus is on the field, the groundwork, and the sport amenities. We will engage in design and permitting in early 2025. We'll be able to move into 90% readiness when RCO funding is issued, and we will bid and begin work in 2026 and have the complex complete in early 2027. For engagement, we interacted with several members of the community, focusing on Parkland, Spanaway, and Midland, those users in the 5-mile radius, during the master plan process. While there was support for many different phase 1 improvements, many concerns were voiced about the quality of the sport fields and the desire to play more sports consistently. While the ball and soccer fields cannot be used simultaneously, we will be able to expand and cross seasons, fully programming fields without a rotating rest or a high risk of rainout. We received all of our feedback through meetings, Facebook and social media, online surveys, and focus groups of special populations in ethnic interest to make sure the full site update represented all the needs of the Parkland Spanaway community. As a follow-up to the public outreach, we engaged sport field users in a sports summit and participated in a state of play assessment, which led to an inventory of all uses and needs in the region, identifying 10 to 18 youth and the need for high school regulation fields and multipurpose fields as a large service gap. Engagement drove the focus on a design to support the multiple sports and reclaim the grandeur of the site. And as a follow-up to the State of Play report, a South Pierce Active Kids Coalition has formed to continue the work of advancing programs and facilities. Steel United, a nationwide sports provider, committed to both funding and programming to help ensure all 30,000 youth in this area can become involved in sports and outdoor recreation. Schools and nonprofit partners are also committed to this project in this work to host sampling clinics, improve coaching quality, and fully activate the site to meet the needs of the community. It will be fully maximized upon completion. For sustainability, low maintenance landscaping and grading efforts will replace the natural elements in the park. This will reduce our carbon emissions from mowing, reduce water usage, and eliminate use of fertilizer and chemicals. This project saves over 500 annual hours of maintenance time and is better for the environment. Socially, the site is well positioned to invite the community in. Construction of the ADA accessible Parkland Community Trail is occurring in 2024. It is a stretch that connects schools, parks, and local elements, ending at Sprinker. All the community will be able to utilize the trail and bus transit stops on Pacific Avenue, which is a short, less than 5-minute walk to Sprinker to draw the community safely into the park for recreation, play, and exercise. Economically, the businesses on nearby Pacific Avenue will benefit from the many heads and beds that are associated with regional, state, and national events that the site can attract once complete. We will also be capitalizing on existing equipment and expertise within our system to maintain the new turf fields more cost effectively than the current grass fields. Phase 2B funding is a balanced portfolio with lodging tax and private funding, bringing nearly 30% to this project. Non-government funds are used, and we already have the $500,000 from a lead partner committed and anticipate even $1 million more in outside funds for project 2A as well. 2A has a similar profile, and we intend to construct A and B together for construction efficiencies and shared costs across the projects. Elements such as parking, pathways, and landscaping, as well as the first two fields, are already in place, leveraging benefits and cost savings for this project. Again, I want to thank you all for your time. I appreciate you listening to our plans for Sprinkler Recreation Center's Regional Sports Complex and for your support in helping to make it a reality. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Roxanne. Michael has his hand up.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple clarifying things. In the budget discussion, can you elaborate a little bit more about the permitting status? I don't know if I caught that, or where are you with the permitting?
Yeah, we have done our pre-permit meetings, which means we meet with our internal planning unit and they define the permits that we need. We have not filed for those permits yet. We will do so this fall.
Okay, and one last question. I'm curious about in terms of stormwater and how it's dealt with at this site. I don't. Yeah, how are you doing that?
Yeah, there will be stormwater swells. What you don't clearly see is kind of back. We are pushing the fields out at the top where you see the 2A and 2B. There are some current swells there, and those will be augmented and built within the boundaries of the property, but the exterior of the sport fields.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, and Jen.
Hi, Roxanne. Great presentation. I have a question on slide 21. That's so weird. Deanne, did you just read my mind?
I think I did.
That was weird. Just curious, you mentioned some of these or one of these might be financial donations.
Yeah, and both. So Still United is bringing $300,000 to the project. And the Names Family Foundation is bringing the $500,000 associated with 2B to the project. What's interesting is they actually give the money to Steel. So collectively, we're going to be getting $800,000 through Still United. And then they are also doing a number of free programs as we activate the site and introduce new sport.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's phenomenal. Thank you.
Any other questions for Roxanne? Okay, hearing no other questions, Roxanne, thank you for presenting today. We're working through the rest of our presentations this afternoon, and we have another full day tomorrow, and we're expecting to have a preliminary ranked list of projects by the week after next.
Perfect. Great. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thanks. So this brings us to our next break. We are a little bit early. Our next presenter is up at 2:20, and that would be Buckley. And I think we have Erin Snodgrass. I'm not sure if she's in the room yet or not.
Yeah, it says I'm still controlling your screen.
Oh, let's see if I can grab it back. I think I got it. Can you get out?
It says I'm still controlling, so let me figure out.
Let's see. I seem to have control of it. Got it.
You are controlling the screen. View options. Give up. I'm going to give up remote control. There we go.
There, okay. Thank you. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got a break. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. I don't see Erin in the room, so I'm missing it. Okay, let's just plan on coming back at 2:15. And we'll hopefully be able to get started a couple minutes early. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Welcome back from break, everyone. And we're running about 5 minutes ahead. I believe Buckley, Erin Snodgrass is in the room.
I am.
Hi, Erin.
Hi.
So I am going to transfer the remote control over to you. We'll make sure that you have it.
Sounds good.
Okay, you should be able to double click and just make sure you can move your slides. Okay, I see movement.
Yeah.
So you just want to use your backward and forward. There you go.
I'm good.
Okay, and I didn't see movement on this end. Did you click it?
I did not.
Oh, there you go. Okay, just wanted to make sure everything was working. Okay, so I will time you. You have 12 minutes to present. And then we'll have some time for the committee to ask you any questions they'd like about your project. So
okay.
You may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for taking your time to dedicate to this program. We appreciate it. I'm Erin. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director here in the city of Buckley, and today I'm presenting on Miller Community Park. Miller Community Park will be the first fully planned park in Buckley. We will provide residents in the greater White River community with a high-quality park featuring passive and active recreation. Buckley itself sits at the foothills of the Cascades. It's outside of the major corridor of the Puget Sound area in more of a rural community. Our population hovers just around 6,000 currently, and in the 2020 census was about 5.5. In Buckley, we have very tight city limits, and our service area is much broader throughout eastern Pierce County, including the small communities of South Prairie, Wilkeson, up to Carbonado. We touch borders with Bonnie Lake in our service and also across county lines to Enumclaw. The site location for our park is right in the central part of our town limits, nestled in neighborhoods. It is once a farmland and used for cattle grazing. The site conditions are pretty bare and vacant. It's mowed down land, and we're currently popping a street through to connect the two neighborhoods, which will provide access to the park. Our local need centers around our community's growth and hearing and learning from our community what would make our park system better. Currently, much of our parks are nestled around our 410 and trail corridor. The 410 is a major highway running through Buckley, dictated on this graph or chart by the black and white dashed line. You'll see the solid green is the trail. And most of our park space over time has just been plopped down when we have money on land we already have around the trail right next to busy 410. 410 itself is very backed up and congested day to day. And we even consider the people on the other side of 410 have limited access to these park spaces. We have looked and taken time over the last 5 years to really set a tone of what would make it better for our community and what parks would make the community stronger. And we've nestled on the idea of having a park within a half-mile walk of all residents. And this park helps us reach that goal further in an area where a lot of our community growth is happening. You'll see on this map now, we've added in what a half-mile walk looks like to the park spaces and the impact Miller Park can make, denoted in yellow. We also have learned in looking at our needs that people in hearing want gathering spaces. They want playgrounds for older youth. They want tennis, soccer, volleyball, accessible spaces for senior, especially for walking that aren't on the busy trail, and also loops and trails that are easy to mark and know how far they're walking. Through our survey, we learned that almost 25% really prioritized building a brand new playground. The only thing that scored higher than the playground was a spray park, which for us isn't sustainable at this time. It's also, we look at Buckley and walkability. We are also an isolated community. There's no public transit out to our park. So the parks here are all we have in terms of recreation within a 15 to 20 minute drive on a good traffic day. Diving deeper into our local need, community and park space available per our population. Our level of standard, looking at our 2020 population, we were still 7 acres short to meet our adopted level of standard. This park and Miller Community Park would bring in 3.5 acres into that, helping us improve that ratio. We also are growing rapidly. That's our 2020 numbers. We're already over 6,000 in population. And if you look at this map, you'll see the blue areas. Those are current permitted developing, among others happening throughout Buckley right now. Those are directly impacted by this and will be within that half-mile walk to the park. So we're answering the growth as we build this park. When you look at our overall space and how much open space there is in Buckley, it's very misleading. The green area in our community is within city limits, but it is open, pretty open space, and it's owned by DSHS. It's not accessible recreation land for our community members. Looking further, our local need, we wanted to make sure to bring to note to you guys that we're not just building a park for kids. We also are building a park for our seniors who in Buckley are isolated, as I mentioned, without transportation out of town. We don't even have a town pharmacy, for example, and we really work to serve and build things for our seniors. We learned really wanted picnic shelters. They want to have a space together that's outdoors, but more benches, seating options, and accessible walking loop. This site location, one of the reasons we're prioritizing its development is because it is near our neighboring low-income senior housing right in the heart of Buckley. This picture is kind of showcases what the need really looks like for outdoor spaces. This is our senior picnic just last month, and we had to host it off-site on a non-city property and bring in tables from the city in order to have space because there's really no facilities in town to meet the need. The project scope. Our project is focused completely on developing this empty field into this planned, thoughtful park that will meet the needs of our citizens. You'll have infrastructure in terms of irrigation and native landscaping, as well as wetlands restoration. We'll have the expansive playground, walk paths, as well as a place for art installation and picnic shelters. The project scope included that we're showcasing here is phase 2. Phase 1 is a different application, but because it is part of the larger footprint, I wanted to let you guys know that it is including athletic elements as well as a restroom for this facility, pickleball, tennis, volleyball, and the bathroom. The design takes our need and our scope and puts them together to bring the best possible park we can for Buckley. And that includes the accessible playground with ADA elements, 2 picnic shelters, our quarter-mile paved walking loop, our open green space lawn for everything from kids' little soccer practices to playing catch with families or setting up more grass volleyball. It also has a large patio and planter for art installations. We have the 2 picnic shelters, as well as the whole entire area being set aside for community use with a beautiful mountain view. And there it is with the 2 areas together that will donate the whole park area. The design of the playground has been one of the areas that has evolved over time as we've reached out to our public repeatedly over the past decade. And we have come up with a design that tries to get the most bang for our buck. There will be no playgrounds like this that I'm aware of anywhere near Buckley on the plateau within 15 to 20 minutes, perhaps farther. Driving, this really will be a highlight for our greater community. And we mix the surfaces of the wood chips and the rubberized surfacing in order to get more money invested in our equipment. So you'll see zip lines that are both ADA and regular equipped, and then same with our swings. You'll see a variety of offerings, and you'll see high-low elements so that kids of all abilities have interactive ways to recreate. Getting into the project budget, it was put together with the help from Great Western Recreation and our city engineers and consultants. We have street access and parking is totally city funded and not included in our proposal. SEPA and wetland studies are already complete on this site. We anticipate opening in the fall of 2027, and we're working through a bunch of different funding proposals in order to make this happen. We are prepared as a city to match all grant funding scenarios that may come our way. Project engagement over the years has been an up and down and around not even battle journey for our city. As we purchased the land in 2000, we didn't have the funds to develop, and we've taken it since 2013 back to the community and forth, learning from them through open houses, designs, needs surveys, pros plans, community outreach, having council work on it, and also outreach meetings to our planning commissions, senior centers, and our youth centers, where we've taken designs and say, what do you like? What don't you like? And hearing face-to-face conversations where they're helping us map out the plan. Looking at some of that engagement, the community influence design has been where we're at today. In 2016, we had a design that had a lot less input than our design today. You see basketball courts, no wetlands restoration. 2020, you got the wetlands now, but you have a smaller playground. And where we're at here is a much more expansive playground with a lot more dollars invested in that area, the expansive wetlands, and into the full walking loop that's a measurable space. Community partnerships are a forefront of Buckley. Buckley is a small town full of pride, and people from Buckley love Buckley. And our Friends to Buckley is a group of organizations that serve us and are located here that have helped us not just in moving forward with the development, but really learning from our community what they need in order to build this park. We have a range of organizations from food banks, the school districts, the Chamber, Families First Coalition, our Historical Society, and Downtown Association. We also have another leg of our Friends to Buckley, which is our donated services and community contributions. Moving into our sustainability factors, one of the ways we are working towards making this park sustainable is enhancing the wetlands and buffer zones, using native species, interpretive signage to teach people about those things throughout the park, and preserving our mountain view for our community. We also are looking at those social factors in terms of community connection, connecting the two neighborhoods with this park, inclusion, community pride, and promoting that environmental awareness of the wetlands that is home to our area. We also, with this community pride factor, we expect this to be an attraction from the people in the surrounding area into town, which is an economic factor, and increase property values and help our community partnerships grow. Our cost efficiencies relate to our Friends of Buckley program. The infrastructure being provided to Buckley provided to this project through the City of Buckley's Public Works Department with the street and parking, and also volunteer plantings. We have an annual event that we are already planning to make this kind of a huge one as the park gets ready to go, where Beautify Buckley and our volunteers do a lot of that final work to make the park ready. And our city has a strong commitment to the timeliness and effectiveness of this project. Having been into it for 2 decades now, we are ready. Our matching funds are there, and we have been setting aside in savings to make this a reality for our community. I just want to thank you guys for your time, and I would love to answer any questions about the first planned park coming to Buckley. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Questions for Erin? Go ahead, Al.
Hey, Aaron, good to see you.
Hi, Al.
Couple of questions on your early map. I didn't have the map number, but in the first little needs section, you showed some blue areas and quickly mentioned that they were developments. Are those multifamily housing? What kind of development is that?
Yeah, those are single family housing right now.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on in the design under budget, you were talking about the city was going to put in the parking lot not associated with this. Are you crediting that as part of the match, or are you acknowledging that somehow? Okay.
We are not. That is not a part of the match. That infrastructure will actually be in here by November as well and ready to go. So we did not include any of those costs as match.
Correct. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Al.
Apologies, your PowerPoint ran away on me there, Erin. Teresa.
Thanks, Erin, for the presentation. I was just wondering if you could go back to the partnership slide. I think you had a little bulldozer, and you're talking about there's already been some cash or in-kind donations. Yeah. You mentioned plantings. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, our in-kind services relate to dirt work. We are lucky to have a number of construction companies that do kind of land work that are housed in Buckley, and we have 2 that have donated services already for that preliminary dirt work in terms of getting the site ready.
Great, thanks.
Yes.
any other questions for Erin? Okay. Well, thank you, Erin, for coming in.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, we're going to be finishing up our evaluations today and tomorrow, and we expect to have a preliminary ranked list the week after next.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think you've got control of my screen. I'm going to try and grab the mouse back.
Okay, I'm not touching.
Okay, I think I got it. I got it. Thank you.
Says I'm still controlling.
That's it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think I have it.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Good. Okay. We're about 10 minutes ahead. Is everyone doing okay with their scoring? I'm just realizing I'm not giving you a lot of time in between projects when there aren't a lot of questions. So, okay. Seeing a couple thumbs up, and Jen, I see an affirmative nod. Good. Okay, great. Great. So our next project is White Salmon Valley Park District. I know our grants manager is in the room, and I'm looking for Kathy and Lily, and I'm not sure who's presenting today.
That's Lily Von Mosch with the White Salmon Valley Metropolitan Park District. I'll be presenting today.
Okay, wonderful. So are you ready to get started a little early, Lily?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and give you control. Okay, you should be able to double click and take control of the mouse, and just make sure you can move your slides back and forth.
Okay. I'm not seeing, oh, there we go. There was a little delay. If I click to the left side, will it go back to the front?
Down at the very bottom, I can see backward and forward arrows. Are you seeing that same view?
I do not, but it looks like my arrow on my keyboard arrows work, so that'll do.
That works fine too.
As long as I can get back to the beginning, we're good.
Yes. Okay. Great.
Yeah, so I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, you've got 12 minutes to present. I'm going to time you, and then we'll have time for the committee to ask any questions they would like after you're done. And I'm running the timer, so you may begin whenever you're ready.
All righty. Hello, I'm Lily Von Mosch, a volunteer elected commissioner of the White Salmon Valley Pool Metropolitan Park District. Online with me is Steve Harris, also a volunteer elected commissioner. He's on Zoom, and our grant consultant, Kathy Harris. Getting control. There we go. The project introduction is simple. It is the language from the proposition that created the Pool Park District to construct, operate, and maintain a White Salmon Valley swimming pool. This project will replace the decommissioned community pool with a new, efficient, accessible, extended season outdoor swimming facility. Today, we are at the culmination of more than 12 years of effort to replace the original community pool and on the brink of fulfilling the mandate that created the district. Is there a lag? The White Salmon Valley Metropolitan Park District is in western Klickitat County, approximately 65 miles east of Vancouver, Washington, along the Columbia River. The district covers approximately 145 square miles and has about 8,300 in-district residents. There are about 13,000 residents within the service area. The service area is based on proximity to the pool, enrollment in the White Salmon Valley Trout Lake or Lyle school districts, and historical usage data of the White Salmon City Pool. There are a handful of regional parks, but few opportunities for safe aquatic play or exercise. There are pool facilities in Stevenson, Washington, 24 miles to the west, Goldendale, Washington, 46 miles to the east, and Hood River, Oregon, across the Columbia River. Distance and cost keep these facilities from being a viable option. For service area swimmers outside of the city limits, it can be a 20 to 40-minute drive to the Hood River Pool, which includes a costly and outdated interstate toll bridge. For non-drivers who take public transport, a round-trip visit can take as long as 5.5 hours. The cities of Benton, White Salmon, and the Pool Park District have provided free summer swim access to the Hood River Pool, but uptake has been minimal. Data shows that even with free access, only about 9% of the average summer users of the original community pool visit the aquatic center. The socioeconomic trends and increasing population of our area show the need for a community pool will increase. By 2040, the projected population of the service area will be over 17,000. Currently, 18% of the district residents are 18 and younger, 22% are over 65. 12% of total residents and 26% of those over 65 have a disability that interferes with life activities. The service area is home to several underserved populations, including low-income families, senior citizens, Native Americans, and a large migrant seasonal farm worker community. The 2022 City of White Salmon Park survey found that teenagers were the most underserved population in the area, with young children and those with disabilities approximately tied as the second most underserved population. The same survey also noted that replacing the pool would be a way to better serve these populations. For the underserved members of our community, the loss of the pool has impacted both social justice and health equity. The rebuilding of the White Salmon Valley Pool will increase equitable access to recreation and address health inequities by providing economical and accessible access to exercise, support safety and drowning prevention by increasing access to swimming lessons and water safety education, provide youth development and opportunities with summer jobs, increase social inclusion and community building by providing an accessible, affordable social hub. As a simple example of the gap in access and opportunity that will be addressed by the rebuilding of the community pool, the local youth center and various daycare centers would bring their kids to the pool every day in the summer in the past to spend several hours enjoying the water. With no community pool, these kids end up losing out on healthy outdoor water play. There are also important geographic conditions that highlight the need to rebuild the community pool. The Columbia River Gorge is known for its variety of outdoor aquatic recreation opportunities, but water access in this area is often dangerous. According to a report by the CDC released this spring, drowning deaths are now on the rise after decades of decline. Between 2020 and 2022, there was a 10% increase in drowning fatalities. The CDC noted that lessons are expensive and difficult to access for some people. The 2023 U.S. Water Safety Action Plan noted that applying a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens to skill-based programs will increase safety and comfort level around water among at-risk groups. The original community pool was built in 1935 and served the community for over 80 years. The average usership of the pool included over 7,000 summer visits. Over the 5 years since the pool closed, that is a cumulative 35,000 pool visits lost. Between the individual lessons and classes of third graders that had lessons as part of PE, over 2,800 swim lesson instances have been missed. These impacts fall hardest on the children whose parents cannot afford the cost or time for lessons at other more distant facilities. The 2023 U.S. National Water Safety Action Plan specifically recommends enhancing water safety, water competency, and swimming lessons with particular focus on reducing existing inequities. The goal of rebuilding the White Salmon Valley Pool is aligned with national, state, and regional plans, such as the 2023 U.S. National Water Safety Action Plan, the Washington State Drowning Prevention Network, and the City of White Salmon Park System Plan and Comprehensive Plan. The project site is a 1.31 acre level site with minimal vegetation adjacent to school facilities. It is accessible from major roads and internal school access road. An open drainage swale runs across two boundaries, draining into an off-site detention area. There are overhead and underground utility lines. The site area has been secured via a 50-year lease agreement with the school district at a rate of $1 per year. The project includes site preparation and demolition, construction of the pool and building to house changing rooms, offices, and mechanical, outdoor areas including seating, recreation space, landscaping, and secure fencing, new and enhanced parking areas, undergrounding the drainage swale and adding a filtration system, and rerouting existing utilities. The facility will allow a wide variety of aquatic-based recreation opportunities, from structured programs to open recreational swim periods. The facility design aligns with community needs by replacing the former city pool. The scope of the design is based on extensive public input about usage. The project includes an outdoor extended season 8-lane by 25-yard pool that is 4 feet deep at the shallow end and 12 feet deep at the deep end, with a 3,684 square foot building for mechanical, changing rooms, and office space. The facility will be accessed by all regardless of ability and includes a non-gender restroom, changing rooms, and meets all ADA accessibility requirements for public pools, including changing rooms, ingress, egress into the pool, and incorporation of an ADA pool lift. The full project budget is estimated at $7.2 million. This cost estimate was prepared with the support of a professional construction cost estimating firm and a leading pool construction firm. This estimate was verified using recent bidding data from other suppliers and subcontractors. There is additional permitting required, and that process has already begun. The conditional use permit, SEPA, and construction plans are currently under review by Klickitat County. Once local permits are approved, we will submit the application for State Health Department permitting. After that, we will look at the bid process and contracts awarded in 2025, with construction start thereafter. One note, this slide was inadvertently listed as 4 versus 5, but it looks like it's updated here. Good. This project has been a community-driven effort from the beginning. From the first Mount Adams Park and Recreation District in 2010 to the City of White Salmon workshops and studies in 2015 and 2016, to the final successful citizen-driven effort to get the White Salmon Valley Pool Metropolitan Park District and supporting levy on the 2018 ballot. The residents have stepped forward to make the new community pool a reality. Instrumental community input that has informed the final project design includes usage information from the decommissioned pool, as well as input from workshops, surveys, and public meetings to finalize the project scope and design. Public town hall events, booths at local festivals and fairs, and meetings with stakeholders such as local community councils, Skyline Hospital Physical Therapy Department, and the White Salmon Valley School District. The 2015 White Salmon Pool Survey included 424 responses, with 77% indicating that the pool was important or very important to their family's recreational needs. The 2022 Park System Plan Advisory Board identified replacing the pool as a high priority. In the 2022 Park Priorities Survey, 38% of respondents identified rebuilding the community pool as the top recreational priority. Swimming in an outdoor pool was ranked in the top 20 activities in the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office 2017 Outdoor Recreation Demand Report. The project to replace the pool has broad support. The cities of Benjamin and White Salmon and Klickitat County have all provided or pledged financial support. The school district has co-sponsored grant applications, provided letters of support, and entered into a generous $1 per year site lease. Local businesses have shown support through fundraising drives, direct cash and in-kind donations, and many community groups are supporting the project financially or vocally. Other park and rec districts have provided invaluable support to the district in assisting with operations cost estimates and design advice. The project site is a previously unused vacant site on the school campus that, when developed, will have minimal environmental impacts on surrounding uses. It is located on the safe routes to school and is accessible via multimodal transport, bike lanes, pedestrian pathways, and school district transportation services. It will complement other recreation, education, and social activities that are ongoing on the adjoining school district property. Additionally, the pool can be a water source for emergency services. The district's comprehensive plan states that the project should be sustainable, of low maintenance, and high capacity design to reduce overall facility maintenance and operation requirements and costs. The project design supports the following sustainability elements. The district has saved the decorative mural panels from the original pool for use at the new pool location. Surface runoff water quality will be enhanced. Impervious hard surfaces will be minimized. Materials have been selected for durability and long-term affordability. The design supports passive solar heating and cooling and is pre-wired for solar, and conditioned interior space is limited. We will prevent rework by pre-planning for future expansion, by incorporating open space into the design, and by right-sizing the building footprint and mechanical. Since 2018, over 130 local individuals, families, and businesses have either pledged or donated towards the effort to rebuild the community pool for a total of $1.3 million in private donations and pledges. This includes $300,000 in private cash donations, $515,000 in pledged cash donations, and $310,000 in in-kind pledges and donations. Across public funds, public and private donations, pledges, and in-kind, the district total is just under $2.1 million. The district has already realized various cost efficiencies with the support of local entities and individuals. The $1 per year, 50-year site lease agreement with the White Salmon Valley School District freed us up to focus solely on the capital project without having to budget for a pool site land purchase. Klickitat County provided our startup grant to cover the first year of operation for the district. The City of White Salmon provides the district free use of the City Council chambers for meetings. The Mid-Columbia Economic Development District is assisting with grant services for the spring of 2024. Since 2018, all current and past district commissioners have waived all compensation and volunteered approximately 3,200 hours per year towards the pool effort. Together, the commissioners have saved the district approximately $750,000. We also expect that additional in-kind material and services offers will become available as we get closer to construction start. Finally, the threat that many community pools face is lack of ongoing funding. The levy that was approved concurrently with the creation of the White Salmon Valley Pool Metropolitan Park District was designed to support the pool operations annually, regardless of any additional programming funding. This enables the pool project to ensure an additional 80 years of service with the new facility. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Lily. Questions from the committee for Lily? Al.
Yeah, just a quick one, Lily. You showed a parking lot a few different times. Is this going to be shared parking with the school district, or will there be an exclusive parking lot to this project?
It will be a shared parking lot with the school district, and we have a parking agreement, and we will help facilitate some enhancements to the parking area as well.
Thank you.
Kevin.
I don't think this question affects my scoring, but since it seems like there weren't other questions, I'm just curious about the relationship. On one of the slides you showed Mount Adams Park District or whatever, and I'm just trying to grasp in my mind how the relationship between those things and how broader recreational needs in that area are met and prioritized or whatever. So
yeah, the Mount Adams Park and Rec District was the first effort of the community to rebuild the community pool. And the Parks and Rec District was created, but it was not funded by any levy source. And they did a lot of really great legwork that has supported both, the city's effort to help facilitate, City of White Salmon's effort to help facilitate the creation of the White Salmon Valley Metropolitan Park District, and also some other studies that they did, but they never had any funding source. So they did a ton of legwork, and that Parks and Rec District is technically still in existence, but it is essentially defunct. We are now the outgrowth of that effort, because if you have a Parks and Rec District with no funding source, it's very, very challenging to get anything done, much less a capital project of this type. So the future effort that was the outgrowth of the Mount Adams Park and Rec is the White Salmon Valley Pool Metropolitan Park District. And that was the one that went to the voters and was, voted in as a district. And then concurrently the levy was funded, which
okay,
is
thank you. And let me just say, I'm just always impressed when people are willing to tax themselves for any kind of recreational stuff. So kudos to your local citizens there.
Thank you very much. We're very fortunate that people recognize that the pool is both recreational, but it also holds a huge space for supporting community health and also, building community itself. Safety
you.
Also.
Thank you. Jen.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up to Kevin's question. Is the Mount Adams district, is that a regional district? And then White Salmon Valley is the city boundary, like a local model?
No, so the Mount Adams Park and Recreation District approximately covered similar boundaries to the White Salmon Valley Pool Metropolitan Park District. But in order to create a taxing base, the boundary of the White Salmon Valley Pool Metropolitan Park District is the same as the White Salmon Valley School District. So it encompasses the cities of White Salmon, the cities of Bingen, the communities of BZ Corners, Hewsome, and Snowden, as well as all of the outlying residents between those areas. And then, so that was the area that I talked about, our district boundaries. So that is the part of the White Salmon Valley School District that's in Klickitat County. We have a portion that's in Skamania as well, but just Klickitat County. And then our service area is all of the folks who have historically used the White Salmon Valley or the original White Salmon City pool, but now, or are, used it for school district purposes or things like that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so they're both regional.
They are regional, but for all intents and purposes, Mount Adams Park and Recreation District is defunct. They are no longer taking any actions.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you, Jen. Alex.
Hi, my question I think relates to where you're talking about cost efficiencies. I wasn't sure if I understood you to say that the levy that's just mentioned in a previous question supports some years of operations looking ahead. So besides actually having to deal with the capital investments being made, you're also talking about long-term operations. Did I understand that?
That's correct. The levy that was created concurrently with the district was designed to fully support the operations of the pool once built. It also was inclusive of money for reserve funds, should those be needed, which they usually are. So that's where that levy fund was pinned to when the district was created. The levy funding was not designed to actually fund the capital project to build the pool, which is why the district commissioners are seeking out obviously all options to help fund that capital project. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks for the clarification.
Any other questions for Lily? Okay, hearing no other questions. Thank you again, Lily, for presenting today.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah, and we should have a preliminary ranked list the week after next.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're still about 10 minutes ahead. So next up, we have Vancouver Parks and Rec. And I believe Monica is our presenter. Looking to see if she might be in the room. Oh, good. Hi, Monica.
Hi. How are you?
Doing well.
Hi,
You
sir.
prepared to present a little early today?
I'm ready when you are. I would like to practice, if I may, just because of glitches with forwarding, if I may just do
Sure.
one shot.
Yes,
Sure, it
absolutely. We have time for that. I'm going to go ahead and pass you the remote. I'll let you know when to double click.
Okay.
Okay, you should be able to double click and move your slides. And that would be
There
you.
we go. Yay, it works.
Yay.
It's not, it's slow, but it's moving.
Yeah, on some of these, we've noticed a delay. So yeah, we'll get through it.
Yes. Awesome.
So I will be timing you today, Monica. You have 12 minutes to present. And then the committee, after you're finished, will ask any questions they may have so they can wrap up their scoring.
Okay.
So I've got your timer ready to go, and you may be able, just go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Monica Tuberville with the City of Vancouver, and I'm excited to share the Schaefer Community Park Phase 2 development project with you today. Vancouver is Washington's fourth largest city. We're located in Clark County, bordered by the Columbia River to our south and the city of Camas to our east. The Schaefer property is in north central Vancouver, where it's bordered by I-205 just to the east and SR 500 to the south. The Phase 2 development project will provide community park recreation opportunities for this dense, unserved residential area. The site supports good neighborhood interconnection, including to the elementary school that is just one block to the west. The Schaefer Hobby Farm, it was established in the 1950s. Most of the trees on the site were planted by Mr. Schaefer. That includes 276 different species, including a small orchard, and these have shaped the priorities and the theme of the park design. The city purchased a 10-acre parcel in 2010. Beginning with criteria 1, public need, local priorities are based on multiple metrics, the first being our community park standard of 3 acres per 1,000 residents. Community parks are designed as drive-to facilities with a 1.5-mile service area, as well as a walk-to service area of a 0.5 mile. They provide a wide range of recreation and social gathering experiences and support amenities that are not available in our neighborhood parks. The city is divided into 3 Park Impact B districts. These serve as independent planning areas to evaluate need and equity metrics. Schaefer's in District B with a current city population of 66,000 residents, a community park deficit of 54 acres, and a level of service at only 53% of the adopted standard. Excuse me. This map shows parks in the area surrounding Schaefer. The closest community parks are both outside city limits. This includes Hazeldale over 3 miles west and Orchards that is 2 miles to the east, but with limited availability due to the location of the freeways and major arterials. Our park ownership, other park ownerships are small neighborhood parks shown in the lighter green there. These facilities have a 1/2 mile walking service area and don't provide equivalent community park assets. The peach shows the service areas of city and county community parks, following public street and trail networks, revealing the service gaps that lie in between. The Schaefer service area will fill a significant gap in community park access. The park would serve over 22,000 current residents, representing 9,600 homes. Once developed, the park would provide 77% of our level of service standard within the service area and improve the PIF District B deficit as a whole by 19%. Equitable distribution is the second metric in determining our park need and capital priorities. In addition to the staff scored criteria based on the park's census tract, we found at-risk population groups within the Schaefer service area differ significantly from state medians in some categories, the highest being 100% more households with a disabled resident. The nearby elementary school student enrollment demographics also identify higher percentages of at-risk groups compared to state enrollment medians, particularly for English language learners at 122% higher. Development of Schaefer Community Park is consistent with our PROS plan and CFP priorities. Many of the most valued park experiences identified in our PROS outreach are emphasized in the Schaefer design, including the passive use experiences that are provided by the site's natural landscape. Project scope. The site's existing natural features offer a park-like setting with mature trees and quiet meadows, creating a buffer from this dense urban area. The property is used extensively for walking and cross-circulation through the neighborhood and to the local elementary school. There's also a small orchard, including a 5-foot diameter black walnut. Existing built features include Phase 1 improvements, focused on 58th Street frontage improvements that is on the south to ensure safe multimodal access and a central loop and entry path system. Phase 1 is in process and will be completed by early 26 to establish some basic infrastructure that will support the Phase 2 project. The site plan shows a broad spectrum of recreation opportunity, from community events to active and passive play and quiet spaces for respite. Primary access is from the south at 58th Street, with additional entry points from the north and the west. The design elements will include south and north entry plazas with picnic shelters, restrooms, fully inclusive playground and nature play, a path network that weaves through the tree canopy connecting to the central loop trail, an event lawn, landscaping, native planting areas, and a 25-stall parking lot, including 3 ADA spaces. Park development will reduce the park deficit and implement community priorities for equitable access. The design offers recreation and social gathering opportunities for this unserved, high-density and diverse residential community. It will provide a variety of assets and patron support amenities that are only available in our community parks. And the design is also mindful to enhance and protect the land's history and natural resources. This perspective shows the southern entry plaza with the main picnic shelter for larger social events, seating walls and ornamental planting areas that all close to parking and restrooms. Toward the central meadow, you'll find inclusive play structures and nature play area. And the North Plaza includes a smaller picnic shelter, accessible trails that meander through the tree canopy that encircle the entire park, and meadow mounds and native planting areas to support pollinators, wildlife, and sustainability. The Phase 2 development budget totals approximately $5.5 million, including design, permitting, site prep, and construction. Estimates were determined by reference to recent projects with inflation and contingencies. Funding includes approximately $3 million in local appropriations from park impact fees and general fund, totaling 54% of the budget. A WWRP grant is also being pursued. Preliminary due diligence is complete, and Phase 1 will close out by early 26. The Phase 2 design will be at 30% by the end of this year, construction ready by the fall of 26, with completion by January of 28. Our public outreach began early in 2022 to identify current uses, create a master plan, and define phasing. Public engagement included 4 open houses and workshops, surveys, and a project webpage, on-site signage, and printed resources, all with translations provided. Building relationships with our underrepresented community members was targeted to reach teens through community centers and summer camps, and Latino residents at cultural events and fairs. The process fostered a sense of community and a unified vision. It shaped the final master plan and defined the phasing plan. The expressed priorities of the community included to protect the natural landscape, focus active uses near 58, retain the orchard and support the food bank, and to build playful pathways and structured play for all ages and abilities. Our partnerships include Urban Abundance to maintain the orchard and glean fruit to support the food bank. Washington Trails Association developed and will continue to maintain soft surface trails, and Eagle Scout projects for bench installation. Nature Spaces program volunteers are committed to plant and maintain the proposed natural areas to support pollinators, and the power company will partner to relocate overhead utilities. The design retains over 90% of the existing tree canopy, creating a significant ecological and economic sustainability in itself, as well as long-term improved health outcomes. The canopy improves air quality and cooling, absorbs pollutants, enhances water quality, stabilizes soils and filters runoff, stores carbon, and the 2 acres of natural plantings create new habitat and will reduce irrigation, energy, and maintenance costs. The design offers a spectrum of opportunities for social interaction and natural resource education for all ages and abilities through a variety of picnic options, inclusive and nature play structures, wide meandering ADA accessible paths, and quiet spaces. The larger picnic shelter also creates a new host location for our kids' no-cost summer meals program, and 2 transit stops are within walking distance. With the marked increase in overall park development costs, efficiencies and construction readiness have in part been realized through phased completion of due diligence and infrastructure, Reduced government costs have been and will continue to be gained through informal partnerships with volunteers, including planting and maintenance of natural areas, orchard produce contributions to the local food bank that are valued at about $1,500 per year. Cost sharing with the power company will reduce utility relocation by over $150,000. And the existing tree canopy and native planting areas will significantly reduce our landscaping, irrigation, and maintenance costs. And that concludes the presentation. I'm open to your questions.
Nice job making your time there, Monica.
Thank you. I cut a little
You're right
off.
down to the second. Jen, go ahead.
Great presentation, Monica. Thank you. I have a question on slide 21 with the timeline. I may have just gotten a little stumbled up with between the phases, so I just wanted to check.
Yes.
Because this is for phase 2, this project.
Yes, the project is phase 2. Phase 1 will be completed by the beginning of 26 or 25, excuse me.
Okay, and just checking the tail end of the. Maybe this is a question for RCO, but is it the end of 2027 the deadline or? Something to look at.
Well, it gets a little complicated because it depends on where the project ranks and level of readiness. And so we have asked our applicants to have their readiness requirements met by the end of this calendar year. And so that federal NOFO opens in January of 2025. So we would put in those applications just as soon as everything's ready and put together. So as far as when it would go under agreement, the earliest it could be under agreement would be probably, I would say, fall of 2025. And so the fact that you're looking, Monica, you're looking at design, you'll be at 30% by the end of 2024. That's sort of the minimal design as we understand it to keep moving forward in the process to be able to get your cultural resources completed. And, but every project is unique. So
Yes. We've reviewed the timeline with the grant manager, so it was our understanding that this met those requirements, and we can certainly move up our completion as well if need be. And we have quite a bit of our, if not all of our preliminary due diligence, like the cultural resources and such, completed. So hopefully it will speed all of that up.
Yeah, great. Thank you for the clarifications. Thanks.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you. Great question, Jen. Not always easily answered. So yeah. Thank you. Al.
Good presentation, Monica. A question, I think it might have been in your last slide on cost efficiencies. You mentioned a utility relocation in at $150,000 plus. Talk to me more about what that even means, if you could.
Their overhead power lines and cable lines will be relocated and cost shared with the power company. So that is what that cost savings is.
Perfect. Thank you.
And that is, I understand, Monica, that would be in accordance with RCO's overhead power policy too, and relocating and burying those when they're overhead and meeting a certain voltage and in areas where large groups of people gather. So
correct.
Thank you for including that. Other questions for Monica? Okay, hearing no other questions, I believe we're at another break. Yeah, and then we have Bainbridge Island next.
Just wanted to thank the committee for your commitment to the process. I know it's a long haul for you, and thank you for the technical review comments as well. They were very helpful. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
And my
Thanks.
apologies, Monica. I just jumped right to break. I'm sorry. It's been a long day.
It's okay.
Yeah, my parting comments for you. Thank you so much for being here to present today. Really appreciate that. We're going to wrap up evaluations today, day one. We have another full day ahead tomorrow, and we will look at having a preliminary ranked list to share the week after next.
That is much faster than usual, so that's exciting.
That's our plan. So,
okay.
Just to give you a sense, so you definitely will not hear anything next week, but we have our wrap-up meeting that's already scheduled.
All right.
Yeah, the week after next, we're hopeful we'll have some news to share.
All right. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Okay, so our next presenter is Bainbridge Island, and we're ahead of schedule. Why don't we plan on coming back at 3:30?
Sounds good.
It'll give us 20 minutes and we'll see you then. Hi, is this Mary? Oh, you're muted.
Hi, yes, it's Mary, and I have, let me turn on my camera. I have Matthew Keogh here as well with the Park District.
Great. We're actually on break right now, and so I've asked folks to return at 3:30. So we'll be starting shortly thereafter.
Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, nice to see
Yeah.
you.
Hey, good to see you too, Matthew.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back and welcome Bainbridge Island. Good to see you, Mary and Matthew.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
So are you co-presenting or is one or the other going to be presenting? You're going to do this together?
We're going to do this together, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to pass the mouse over to you. Okay, and you should be able to double click and take control of the mouse. And we want to be sure that you can move your slides forward and backward. Okay, great. That would be you. Okay, looks good. So you have 12 minutes to present today. I will time you. And then the committee, if they have any questions for you, they will hold their questions until the end. So you have 12 minutes and you may begin whenever you're ready, and I'll start the timer.
Great. Well, good afternoon. My name is Matthew Keogh. I'm the senior planner with the Bainbridge Island Metropolitan Park and Recreation District.
I'm Mary Meyer. I'm the executive director of the Bainbridge Island Parks and Trails Foundation.
Together, we are pleased to present the Strawberry Hill Park Skate Park Development Project that will expand skating opportunities by creating an inclusive outdoor skating space for all ages and abilities. It's inclusive of scooters, roller and inline skating, and even wheelchairs. The project is located on Bainbridge Island in Kitsap County, and it is connected to Kitsap County as well to Seattle users by ferry. The skate park project is in the center of the island and of the skating service area. It is regionally known because of the skate bowl that exists on the site. The development project is within Strawberry Hill Park, which is on the left-hand side in green. This is the island's centrally located and original developed community park. The property came to the Park District in 1966 from the federal government. It has an existing LWCF funding on it and conservation easement for recreation purposes. The site is close to the population center on the island and about 1 mile from Bainbridge Island School District's main campuses, which are home to 3,000 students. You can see those campuses in blue. There is also a trail network in place with priority well underway to fully and safely connect schools to parks on Bainbridge Island. Zooming in, this is an image that shows the existing skate bowl and location of the skate park to be developed in this project. And next, we have a more live picture of the skate bowl that exists with the advanced skateboarding that it does afford at this time. Speaking of need, there is just this one skate facility on Bainbridge Island. There is no skate park, either on the Bainbridge Island, and there is no intentional skating surfaces across our 45 parks, really, as well as the region. The other skate facilities are off island, and the closest being 11 miles away and currently closed, trying to find a new location. The population of Kitsap County in the last census was up to 300,000 people, with a median income household of around 93,000 for a household. But due to the larger family household sizes here in Kitsap County, the income per capita is actually below the state average. We are a community looking ahead to safe and encouraging interaction among wheeled users. It's a local priority, but also a county need. The need for skating facilities has been long articulated. Here are local images of temporary half-pipe structures that have gone up over the last few decades here on Bainbridge Island. Again, temporary structures. Let me go back and just finish that need. The project is in the Bainbridge Island Park District's Capital Improvement Program. That's a 6-year plan that is consistent with our PROS plan, where skating is also acknowledged to grow with the population increase. The PROS plan, however, does not recognize the current service deficiency of having diverse skating types. We want to change that and have, by this project, a new needed base service level for skating facilities going forward.
The Parks and Trails Foundation has observed this need firsthand. The photos you are looking at is a burnt out facility next to our offices in downtown Bainbridge. During COVID, this was the place where the youth skating community convened to get the street style skating popular today. It wasn't long before they were kicked off this space, and this community of young skaters has come into this project full-fledged to advocate and fundraise for it.
Regarding project scope and what this leverages, the Park District recently completed a park-wide plan which lays out unified programming and continues the site as a multi-generational community destination. The expanded skate park shown in blue in the center of the park will be an anchoring element in the plan's central play area, that's in yellow. This area will integrate play opportunities with support facilities such as the existing picnic shelter, the multiple restroom facilities, parking, a mini gym, and even a community center on this site. The scope and reach of this project also leverages the existing well-known skate bowl built nearly 2 decades ago. But in the project, this skate bowl is to be repaired and refurbished, also integrated into the skate park that is planned. This is just an overview of the site, and you can see the area to be developed along with the amenities and services that are close by. Finally, on project scope, this graphic shows the different components. The components are listed on the right-hand side. I hope the coloring helps you recognize the pump track, which is a beige feature circling the skating plaza. In pink, you actually have an intentional route that has features like rails and such that's not provided anywhere else, but route meaning directional skating. Finally, what hasn't been mentioned is the design includes viewing areas that complement existing amenities, and this is to help communicate a community interest in project parents and others.
This skate park is professionally designed by Grindline Skate Parks of Seattle in consultation with multi-age advisory group of Bainbridge Island stakeholders. It has been extensively vetted by the community and elected officials. You can see in that design plan going back, all of the robust elements, there's so much diversity. Those were all informed by those stakeholders in the design workshops. This is a view of the skate park from the north, and you can see how it's integrated with existing elements for cost saving. There's accessible pathways for all wheels, including wheelchairs. And they incorporate regional public art, including the Strawberry Bump Out, which is a nod to the land history of the Hayashida family, Japanese-American strawberry farms. As far as expenses, there are now permit-ready engineered construction plans with best development practices that protect surrounding natural environment. Accompanying these plans, there is an engineered cost estimate recently updated to 1.3 million. This budget includes all costs to deliver an open park. And please note, the district is not a city with a utilities department and stormwater system. Here in green, we've accounted for stormwater and bioswale expenses. The revenue we hope to acquire, compete for a land and water grant, and also match it with a local parks grant. The Parks and Trails Foundation is committed to making up the gap of $150,000. If we were only to receive one of the 2 grants, the Parks and Trails Foundation is committed to raising the other half. Timeline: construction is anticipated to begin in summer of 2026. A soft opening is expected in the first quarter of 2027. There was a robust public participation program in coordination with Grindline Skate Consultants, the foundation, and the district. We created 2 advisory committees, youth and adults and parents. We conducted surveys online and in person, had multiple design workshops and public meetings with over 75 youth attended in the public process. We also have community partners in this with youth services and the teen center. And the Parks and Trails Foundation has a formal project agreement signed with the Park District, again, with that match commitment.
Okay, sustainability. Well, we have them show past uses. Strawberry Hill Park is now known for its healthy forest stewardship and the incorporation of local recreation with careful management, blending ecology with social and economic benefits. Recently, 2 parcels came to the park, and this is to protect the sense of retreat into a protected wooded setting that now exists. Looking at the current situation on the left, you see a drone image with a skate park just on the very south edge, and then a future projection of the park. Both its current and future uses are guided by established planning guidelines that speak to sustainability of the park. A basic ecological benefit of this project is that the area to be disturbed during construction is already developed for active park use. There is no new development on raw land and no required mitigation costs associated with this development. The construction plans include innovative stormwater management practices in the form of holding cells below the skating surface. That is part of the sustainable infrastructure that is in this park. Finally, the size, scale, and location of this new facility will bring economic benefit in the form of visitors, particularly as a competitive venue. Speaking on cost efficiencies, this existing park presents cost efficiencies by utilizing and capturing existing infrastructure and components such as the restrooms and obviously the skate bowl. There is singular mobilization cost with this full project instead of phases. It captures cultural resources and drainage for the entire project and in the budget. The base bid of the project is for the skate plaza, and you can see here that would come out to close to $750,000. But again, the whole project and the benefit of cost efficiencies is to do this at once and be able to afford the $1.3 million project.
The final cost efficiency is that the Parks and Trails Foundation is willing to work to bring private dollars to this project. We have a demonstrated history of raising millions of dollars for the Park District, and we are committed to bringing that to the public sphere here. And finally, we wanted to end with this picture. On the left is Bainbridge Island High School. Andy Caro in the air there was the one that designed the skate bowl that is existing. And we have a long history of skating culture on the island. We would like to take this existing facility and make it more accessible and more welcoming to all skaters and all wheels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew and Mary. It's like Michael has his hand up. Question?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Something sparked, you were talking about transportation at the beginning. It was the ferry connectivity. And I was thinking about how the park seems like it's in, a rather remote area. How are children, are there buses that can link, the ferry landing to the park, or, in terms of transportation, what does that look like?
Yeah, thanks for asking. I would say that first and foremost, they're locally on Bainbridge. This is located really close to the school campuses, within a mile, and we have a active trails committee that's bringing an interconnected system of trails to this area. But from the ferry, it's only 2 miles from the ferry, and we have Kitsap Transit, which has something called Kitsap Rides and an access bus, which can take anybody anywhere along the island from Kitsap, also from the ferry terminal. That is now running on Saturdays and Sundays as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's really unique. You actually can say where you would need to be, and it includes reduced pricing for youth or free rides.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Michael. Alex.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. My question is sparked because you mentioned that the old 20-year-old much beloved skate bowl is going to be renovated, and I'm not sure I see it in the budget. I wasn't quite sure how you're integrating that into really enlivening and making it a new and expanded park.
Yeah, thank you for catching that on the budget. Mary can also speak to it. The budget that is broken down from Grindline does include that cost. The graphic didn't necessarily show it, but Mary's pointing to the 94,000 shown in that one part of the budget slide. It's not a redesign. It's actually the need for the bowl to be refurbished and actually improve the drainage in it too.
Great, good plan.
It retains water and it stays wet, and the drainage needs to be redone as well.
Thanks, Alex. Kevin.
Hello there. So in your intro, you alluded to accessibility, and then later on you talked about paths. But in the beginning, I think you said that something like, well, maybe people in wheelchairs can actually use this as a recreational resource or something like that. I just would like some elaboration on that, or maybe I didn't understand or whatever.
Yeah, thanks for asking that. I know you heard the word accessible, including at the entryway, that it's been carefully designed to be an accessible path to the facility and on the facility. It actually brings users in wheelchairs into the central skating plaza. And while that plaza has different elevations, it definitely has an area that's accessible. This graphic actually shows the purple area, but that has also got a slope that's not a half pipe, and it's actually slower transition across the yellow space. I can't really define that. I just can tell you the accessible path to the central skating plaza is in place in the design. So there is that whole idea of a kind of a mixing of uses in that area, and there aren't obstacles within it, but it is still got the ability for a slight participation on the elevations between the different levels.
I'm going back to this slide. You might be able to see the plaza, the accessible plaza and pathway.
Look, that was our ferry boat. The Orca.
So there's the accessible pathway, and you come in this way, and the half pipe is, you can see this better. It's more accessible through here, through this pathway here. And go back here, one more slide. Yeah, here's the accessible path here. And you can also, depending on your ability, you can also go use the pump track as well.
Yeah, it's a little hard to tell, but by where it says ledges, there's actually a slight slope down, which is a bit of, it's an accessible ramp. I wish I could point. I don't think you can see it, but by the word ledges, there's just a small indication of how to get to the lower level.
So I think I think I followed you there, but just to clarify for my benefit, so it is possible that somebody in a chair might use one of these undulating ramps or something as a recreational facility.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah.
We've heard about skilled wheelchair users who would even attempt the pump track.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions for Matthew and Mary? Okay. Hearing no other questions, thank you both for being here to present today.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, we're wrapping up day one of evaluations today, and we have another day two ahead. Lots of applicants and presentations to look at. We will be wrapping up our scoring, and we expect to have a preliminary ranked list available by the week after next.
Oh, great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, with that, we're all set. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Okay, and next we have City of Olympia, and I see Paul on. Hello, good to see
Hi there.
you.
How you doing?
And you are presenting today, I take it?
Yes. Also, Laura Keehan, our planning and engineering manager, is also here for if there's questions that are beyond me.
Okay, great. Well, welcome both of you. Hi, Laura. Just saw your camera go on. Okay, so Paul, I am handing the mouse over to you. If you would double click and make sure you can move your presentation. Great, that's you.
Okay.
Okay, so I will be timing you today. You have 12 minutes to do your presentation, and then we'll allow some time for the committee to ask any questions they would like after you're done presenting. I've got the timer ready, so you may begin whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present our Yelm Highway Community Park Development Grant. I'm Paul Simmons with Olympia Park Sets and Recreation. Olympia is located in Thurston County at the southern tip of the Puget Sound between Tumwater and Lacey. The Yelm Highway Community Park property was purchased at the end of 2018 and received a local parks acquisition grant in 2020. The future park site is located in southeast Olympia in the section of the city's urban growth area that has been identified as the next area for annexation. What you see here is the full master plan for the future park, which was revised earlier this year and received a 20-year special use permit from Thurston County back in March. This will allow us to develop the full park in multiple phases. I want to spend just a little bit of time on this slide to provide some context and history. 2 years ago, we were presenting this very same grant and ranked second in this LWCF category. At that time, our project proposed using a portion of the property to partner with the Olympia School District to accommodate a third high school. Due to a significant drop in enrollment projections, the district informed us late last year that they were pulling out of the partnership. While this was unexpected and forced us to decline the 2022 grant we had worked hard to receive, the benefit was that we now were able to revise the master plan and dedicate the entire 84 acres of the property for park purposes. And now we are back with an updated grant application. This project is really focused on phase one, which is everything you see inside the orange line. The portion at the top of the page right here under the word introduction is a maintenance facility and also an access road into the park. That will be built concurrently with phase one, but is not part of this grant application. Let's talk a little bit about need. And Olympia is long overdue for an athletic field community park. The last one was built over 40 years ago at Yager Park, and it doubles as a stormwater facility and is underwater during certain times of the year. Since that time, our population has grown by 89%, and we're also expecting another 20,000 residents by 2045. This park can't be built fast enough. Shockingly, Olympia doesn't have a single soccer field in our entire park system. Meanwhile, youth soccer participation has grown by 183% in the last 15 years. Currently, use is crammed on baseball outfields and overused school fields that are in poor condition due to heavy use. Beyond soccer, we also have a need for football, lacrosse, and rugby. Here's just a chart of those participation numbers from our local youth soccer club. And you can see we had steady growth from 2009 to 2015, and then it kind of flatlines out. The reason is because they ran out of capacity. They stopped advertising, and sadly, they're even turning some kids away because they don't have room, they don't have enough field space for kids. This one dip was due to COVID. Like many communities, pickleball continues to explode in Olympia. And in 2020, we opened our first dedicated courts and immediately had to put up signs asking people to limit their time and share the courts. Like soccer fields, we also don't have any full basketball courts in our outdoor park system. Most of the hoops in our park systems are small postage stamps that barely leave enough room for a three-point shot, like this one here at Lions Park. Another need we have is dog parks. We opened 3 new dog parks in Olympia in 2021, and they were immediately very popular and over capacity. We have more dogs than kids in Olympia. Specifically, Southeast Olympia needs another location to take the pressure off the others. As you can see, our parking lots get overfilled, and it creates issues for neighbors. Looking at things regionally, it can take 25 to 30 minutes to drive across our county. So looking at like where pickleball, soccer, and dog parks are all slated, The paddles represent pickleball locations in Olympia and Lacey. With growth, we need more. The soccer balls, which are all outside of Olympia, show 3 soccer fields in Tumwater and then 9 fields in Lacey at 2 different locations. The dog symbols show the 3 dog parks that I referenced, and then Thurston County operates one in North Lacey and with none in Tumwater. In fact, the Tumwater Parks Director told me that when people call and ask him about where to go for their dog parks, he tells them just to go to Olympia. We prioritize equity at every level in Olympia, including how we plan and prioritize our projects. One of the things that we've changed with our equity lens is that historically we looked at a half-mile radius as the crow flies to identify our service area. Now we identify the entrances to properties and look at the street and sidewalk network, and then create the service area, as you can see on the right here, based on actual half-mile distance from getting to the park. We then take that information and overlay it with census data, and we evaluated all of our undeveloped properties with 4 criteria: poverty, diversity, people over 65 and under 18, and then also density of housing. We focus on the actual number of people rather than just the percentage. And when we do that, we give each undeveloped property a score. As you can see, Yelm Highway ranked 3rd, just barely below the 2 neighborhood parks ahead of it. But because Yelm Highway is a community park that serves the larger community, we prioritize that ahead of the smaller neighborhood parks with smaller service levels. Southeast Olympia is heavily built out and continues to grow with 190 new multifamily units recently opening just across the street from the park. This need for soccer fields in a community park has been identified for over 22 years and is called out in the last 4 versions of our Parks, Arts, and Recreation master plans. We also performed a community park site suitability study, which ranked this as the top location for a amenity of this size and scale, which is what's led us down this road of planning. As we start to look at the project scope, I just want to highlight a few of the design themes and priorities. We want to celebrate the existing site features, highlight the agricultural character of the site. We want to preserve the large native oak trees, create passive and active recreation, art opportunities, and gathering spaces and walking loops. With the primary driver behind the project being the future soccer complex, phase 1 will include our first synthetic turf lit field with complementary facilities such as parking and restrooms. What's amazing about this property is its ability to meet a wide variety of needs beyond just the soccer. It will also include a playground, 12 pickleball courts, soccer mini pitch, 2 Yelp interactive electronic features, which I'll explain on the next slide, 2 full-size basketball courts, 2 picnic shelters, a dog park, and 1.36 miles of walking trails. Here's a snapshot of some of the amenities you'll see in the park. 2 of the features we're really excited about, which are new and don't really exist, I actually, to my knowledge, in the state at all, are the Yelp Sutu and Toro. The Sutu is on the bottom left corner down here. It's an interactive wall that lights up that helps kids develop accuracy skills as they shoot. The Toro is a 4-goal game, kind of like a 4-square but soccer mix that really helps just allow play in a different way than the traditional field. Here's a rendering featuring the soccer field, lights, turf, mini pitch. Down on the bottom, you can see where the Sutu and the Toro will be. The walking trail and playground and great lawn there in the background, as well as the pickleball courts. From the opposite side, you'll see the full basketball courts, restroom, shelter. You'll see this parking lot has 72 stalls, and then the playground and lots of vegetation. And then we also have some landforms to create seating areas and buffers. This is a view of the playground. The pickleball is behind us right now to give you a sense of context, as well as the shelter. 2 of the primary themes of the playground are strawberries and accessibility. This property historically has been used as a very popular U-Pick strawberry farm. So we have that built into the playground theme. And then we also have incorporated extensive accessibility ramps and an accessible zip line to make the playground as inclusive as possible. Here's one last angle focused on the great lawn. In the background, you can see the dog park back there. We'll also have another 92 stall parking lot, which will be there as well. The LWCF project costs are nearly 19 million. We have 2022 YAF and local parks grants. We have $87,000 in donations, and then nearly $16 million of local match. The Olympia community truly loves their parks to the point where they've taxed themselves twice with permanent ongoing measures. In 2004, they did a 2% utility tax for parks, and in 2015, they passed a metropolitan park district that also guarantees 11% of the city's general fund each year. I should note that the language of both ballot measures highlighted the need for an additional community park and soccer fields. This project has received countless letters of support over the years from organizations that represent thousands of community members, highlighting Olympia United Soccer, talking about how they're being forced to turn kids away. Engagement beyond the 4 system-wide plans that we have. The master planning process for this project included 6 public meetings, 964 survey responses, and 242 in-person attendees. We've been heavily influenced by that community input. Pickleball, for example, grew from 8 courts to 12 to accommodate tournaments. The charts show how soccer and sports fields are one of our biggest needs. And then this drawing here with the pink represents some outreach we did at our summer free lunch program, where the kids talked about the desire for a zip line, and so we've found ways to incorporate that into our playground design. The Seattle Sounders Brave Foundation has committed to providing $70,000 for the mini pitch as part of their 26 by 26 program. They'll also provide ongoing programming focused on marginalized communities. We received $5,000 from the Park Foundation, and they also will continue to give us ongoing scholarships. And then we received $12,000 from Thurston County Pickleball, who are also offering to offer weekly clinics on an ongoing basis. Sustainability, we've done everything we can to build around the large stand of Doug Firs and Gary Oaks. We'll have on-site stormwater management, LED lights, natural drought-resistant landscaping, and all of our park systems are pesticide-free. From a social and economic factor, I highlighted our equity work. We also we're close to bus stops and transit on Yelm Highway. We'll have increased walkability with the sidewalk and paths network. And then the synthetic turf really will, when it's fully built out, will allow us to host tournaments. We'll have expanded access, and then also reducing the need for irrigation and water. Our stewardship program generates 7,600 volunteer hours a year, which is valued at $159,000. We'll have dedicated work parties and stewards for this property once it's developed. I've talked about our donations already. And the other thing that we did for cost efficiencies was moving the design closer to Yelm Highway so that we could save on infrastructure costs in phase 1. This project has been in the works for decades, and we are closer than ever. I just want to thank you again for the opportunity to present the project, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Did I stay on the time, Deanne? I always struggle with that.
You did. You were right on the button. Thank you, Paul. Nice job.
Thank you.
Questions for Paul? I'm not hearing any questions.
Hopefully that's a good sign.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you for coming in, Paul. We're going to wrap up first day. We've got one more project after you. Great. And then another day 2 ahead of us. And we're expecting to have a preliminary ranked list by the week after next.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for all you do. And thanks for the opportunity to present. Good luck with the rest of the process.
Thank you. Thanks, Laura. Hi, Matt.
Hi, how are you? Can you guys hear me?
Doing well. Yes, we can hear you. I'm going to pull up your presentation. Whoops. Oh, and it just disappeared. It's doing so well. Figures this is on the last presentation.
Yeah, I might have done that because I was trying to, for some reason I lost my
is it you?
Well, I was trying to escape out of this view so I could find the option to get out of
Okay.
to close my camera off and exit out. So sorry about that.
No worries. I thought it was, I always think it's me when something goes wrong here. It's been a pretty good day so far, though. Okay, that's still you, I think. Yeah.
Oh gosh, it's not
Okay.
letting me.
Not letting it. Let's see.
Let's see.
Did you stop share? Did I? Whoops. I think I got it back. Is Paul gone?
I just kicked him out.
Oh, okay. We just kicked him out. We're good. Okay, we'll try again. There we go. Advance. All right. Let's see. Yep. All right. Matt, I'm going to go ahead and pass you the remote.
Okay.
All right. You should be able to click a couple times and grab it.
Okay, I think I just grabbed it. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, see if you can move your slides back and forth.
Not yet.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right. That would be you.
Okay, that is me.
Okay.
Go back to 0. Okay, yeah, and I'm overseas on a kind of an unstable connection. So if you lose my audio, just chat in and I'll catch it and I'll try to catch back up. So
All right.
thanks for your understanding.
Yeah. So Matt, I'm going to be timing you today. You do have 12 minutes to present.
Okay.
And then the committee will hold any questions until the end when you're done. And you may begin whenever you're ready. I've got the timer ready to go when you're ready to start.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yes, this is Matt Sims. I'm representing the South Woodby Parks and Rec District Board of Commissioners to present this project, which is a South Woodby Aquatic Recreation Center Recreation Pool 242-007. And what is it? It's a warm water recreation pool, which is sheltered per the LWCF guidelines based on our summer temperatures. It's going to be sited within South Woodby Community Park, within the Aquatic Recreation Center that's currently in design. And we have that design now in the construction documents phase, and we have matching funds for this project. So where is it? This shows Woodby Island, if you're not familiar with Woodby Island, and our proximity to Everett, the largest city in the region, and Mukilteo, to which the island's south end is connected by ferry. And we're going to zoom in to the site here that shows, you can see here our population centers, Langley, Freeland, and then where the highway ends there in Clinton, where the ferry comes in. And our site is centrally located, which was one of the site selection objectives. Now we can zoom in on the actual site itself. This is Community Park, the shaded area, our principal park in our park system. You can see the connection to those 3 principal population centers: Clinton 3 miles away, Langley 1 mile away, and Freeland under 5 miles away. The state highway runs within a half mile of the site, and you can see our public schools, primary and intermediate schools across the street, and our middle and high schools on the same side of the street, directly adjacent to one corner of the park and only a couple hundred meters away from the site. So checked all the blocks for our site selection criteria for accessibility. This is another key element of site location is proximity to other park recreation features. So you can see the types of things we have in the park: passive recreation, active recreation, sports fields, pump track, skate park, playground, a sledding hill, pickleball courts, and a parking lot, but better than nothing. For the moment, we're building a pickleball center from last year, or the last grant cycle, over in the right side of this graph. So well connected to the rest of the elements, recreation in our park system. You can see here what that pool is talking about. It's of the 2 pools in this facility, it's the recreation pool. You can kind of see where that facility sits relative to another couple of accessibility features, notably the transit stop. We have a free public transit system on the island, Island County Island Transit. And then you can see the entry road into the park. This shows our service areas and where that site sits. The primary service area is about 17,000 population. The secondary service area about to central, up to the central or central portion of Whidbey Island, adds another 13,000 to that. And we have no public pool facilities in either one of those service areas. You can see here where the public pools are. There's one in Everett. There's one in Mukilteo. Round trip with the ferry, that's 2 hours. Same with Oak Harbor, which is the north end of Whidbey Island. It's a 2-hour round trip, which means for working families or for seniors or for youth, it's impossible. We are surrounded by water on Whidbey Island, and water safety is a critical need. We have a large portion of our youth population unable to swim, and a large portion of our young adult and adult population also unable to swim. We are an island with a dearth of recreation opportunities for play and recreation across generations. You know, we struggled mightily during COVID, and then coming out of COVID, we realized we simply don't have those places where the community can interact. And this is the kind of place that this will be. We've got a need with our population. Average median age on our district population is approaching 60 years, obviously significantly higher than the state averages. And aquatic therapy and rehabilitation in that population for things like chronic pain, fibromyalgia, and other conditions is very significant. We took our level of service determination from our comp plan development, and we did a survey of capital projects. And this is what the public told us. The green bar is aquatic recreation, number one. And then the yellow bar is link trails. And so this is a project with the Aquatic Recreation Center. We've also got a separate project running to connect the trail around this facility to our trail networks in the park system. So we're trying to address both needs. We've got strong support in that needs determination from our stakeholders, legislators. You see Representative Dave Paul, who's one of our District 10 legislators, in the picture, visited the site. Our Port District, City of Langley, seniors, school districts all strongly support the project. This looks at the site. You can see it's relatively level, it's flat. It's mostly cleared. We've got a thick tree border to that primary road, Max Walton Road, so we're well buffered there. We have a wetland on the other side of the property to the right in this image, and we've got the design is buffered to that. You can see what this looks like within that shelter facility. This is the warm water recreation pool. It's directly adjacent to a cooler lap pool for recreation and wellness. That pool that's the subject of this project is for learn to swim, water safety education, for aquatic therapy and rehabilitation, and for recreation. You can see what that looks like in detail. It's got a current channel. It's got what's known as a vortex in the middle. And it's got some lap lanes for learn to swim. And then it's got a depth profile to support vertical exercise, aquatic therapy, and rehabilitation. This is essentially what it looks like. This is from the pool in the Skagit Valley YMCA in Mount Vernon, but it's a very similar layout. So this is very similar to what this facility is designed to look like. The design and the fit to our site is good. Again, that site was selected because it's level and flat. It's mostly cleared. We're on a transit line. We're close to the schools. We're equidistant from our population centers. We also connect to this an ADA trail loop, which is another project we're running concurrently. And that's the white outline, and the connection to our existing trail networks, the dotted lines on both sides of that Max Walton Road. Our community park property on the right side, and a new trails property acquired with state support across the street that adds another several miles of trails linked to that perimeter trail you see in the map. Accessibility has been a fundamental element of our design from the very beginning. And you can kind of see what it looks like with this pool: aquatic wheelchairs, a sloped entry, secondary stairs with handrails, and the bath and shower connections to this facility are all according to ADA guidelines. From a budget standpoint, you can see the total budget there. We have cost estimates from our design contractor, ARC of Seattle, and their cost consultant, DCW. We have matching funds on hand. We've initiated the permitting, and we're working closely with Island County, and we plan to be construction ready this year. From an engagement standpoint, we went out in force to get feedback from our community through surveys, open houses. We presented at churches. We sat outside grocery stores for months. We were at farmers markets all summer. We had forums within different HOAs around the island, civic organizations, candidate forums, parks forums, and we engaged every segment of the population, including LMI, seniors, youth, young adults, disabled, working families, to try to get input. And that community came out in force and shaped the final design. The accessibility, we had a community member step up with specific expertise in accessibility. We actually have one of the lawyers who was among the formative voices in the creation of the Americans with Disabilities Act, who lives in South Whidbey, who's provided input. And that shaped the way we do temperature and the depth profile, how we integrate that facility, that pool to other features, both inside and outside within the park, all came from this community engagement. And that engagement was shaped with a partnership we have with a 501c3 entity, the South Whidbey Parks and Aquatics Foundation. And they're the ones who led a lot of those kind of widespread efforts, like with our HOAs, at our farmers markets, at the grocery stores. And that relationship was codified with an MOU, and which led to a joint steering committee that has run these projects, or run this project. From a stewardship standpoint, our keys are minimizing our energy footprint and sustaining the aquifer. We are a recipient of a Solar Plus Storage grant. That's part of this stewardship message, but stewardship is a critical need for our population, and we've emphasized that throughout. From a cost efficiency standpoint, we've engaged in partnerships with this 501c3 for public and private funding. We actually own the site already, so that gives us a significant cost efficiency, and we've designed in high efficiency systems for filtration, purification, water heating, and facility environmentals. Thank you for the chance to present the project. Appreciate all the hard work you guys are doing and the public service represented in this committee and the room. We're grateful for you guys, and thanks for the opportunity to share our project. Subject to your questions, I yield the floor back.
Thank you, Matt. Questions for Matt? Michael.
Yeah, just a quick question about, maybe it's sustainability really, but I know that buildings that house pools, it's really hard on a building. How long will a building like this last? What's the lifespan of the building?
That's a good question. The design, the designers are talking about 50 years. And, from a practical standpoint, I would expect that we're going to, continue to maintain and tweak and update and upgrade the facility as life goes on, and it'll outlast that. The HVAC systems are we designed them based on a baseline study we did with the most recent one of the most recent pools constructed in the region. That's the William Shore Pool in Port Angeles. That was constructed with state support back in 2017, 2018. And they took some groundbreaking steps with cost efficient, or essentially cost efficiency and cost performance of their HVAC systems. So we went over and studied that site to see how did they construct the HVAC systems to minimize, the chemical attack on the building. And one of the things they do is they extract air from across the water surface and exhaust it into the street. Because that's where the chlorine compounds that come out of the water when people go in the water with things on their skin like soaps and shampoos. And those are the most caustic elements. They draw those across the surface of the water and they exhaust them into the street, but they're efficient about it. They take it's warm air. So they run it through a heat exchanger on the way out into the street and use that to preheat the water. So, we're trying to squeeze every ounce out of that, carbon footprint and also sustain the life of the building as long as we can by trying to model after these folks who are doing groundbreaking work in the Northwest.
That really helped me. Thanks.
Thanks for the question, Michael. Jen.
Thanks. Great presentation, Matt. I have a question about donations. I know you mentioned the Park Foundation and they facilitated the process reaching out to the public. And I'm sorry if I missed it. So do you have how much in donations?
So we have received, they as part of their capital campaign crossed 200,000 probably earlier this year. And that's in actual donated funds. So we actually have those in receipt. And now the capital campaign is moving towards funding two things. One, we call it an accessibility fund. So one of our pieces of community engagement or piece of feedback from community engagement was we don't want to turn anyone away. We're not a community that turns anyone away. So this facility is going to have a user fees associated with it. But this accessibility fund that we have a fundraising goal of about 600K in total, private fundraising goal, so that will sustain anyone who enters the facility and wants to use it will be funded, whether they have the means to pay or not. So that's the primary fundraising target for the private capital campaign. This second portion is associated with water safety, and it's a Learn to Swim. Every third grader learns to swim program in partnership with the school. And that's a more modest target. It's going to only require about 150K. So we need about 750,000 in private donations. We did a capital feasibility study, fundraising feasibility study. Our 501c3 partners did that. And it said our community has a capacity for around 2 to 2.5 million in private capital. So that $750,000 fundraising target by the time we open the facilities is within that feasibility study bandwidth. So we think we're well on track to do that. If we're at 200,000 now, we think we can get to that 750 number and fund both of those operational elements with that private capital.
Okay, great. Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
Kevin.
Hey, yeah, geez, sounds like you got some great partnerships going there. My question is related, and we're on exactly the slide I wanted to look at. And I'm also looking at the PRISM basics sheet here. So I just want to get that I understand that. So a bond was passed, says $27 million here. So I guess that's for a broader set of recreational things. And this would be a piece of that, this couple $1 million, or this 1.9 here.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
yeah, and that was associated with the Aquatic Recreation Center as a whole. So it's not outside. That's not outside the scope of the structure and the contents of the structure.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm just, as I said in another presentation earlier, I'm always overwhelmingly impressed when people are willing to self-tax themselves to support stuff like this. So thank you.
Well, and we had two unsuccessful measures, in one in 1996 and one in 2008, where the public supported at a level of about 40%. and we need a supermajority, obviously, to pass a voted bond measure as a metropolitan, as a minor taxing district. And this time around, our initial survey told us that 71% of the public thought that this was the highest priority as the survey question on priority. It was the highest, the highest in the rank of responses. So 71% told us that. And then ultimately in the bond vote, we passed at above 62%. So, it took us 24 years to get there, but we got there.
Well, congratulations. Great job.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Matt? Okay. Hearing none, Matt, thank you very much for presenting today. We have another day of evaluations ahead tomorrow for this program. And then the committee will wrap up their scoring, and we expect to have a preliminary ranked list the week after next.
That's wonderful. Well, thanks for the opportunity to present, and thank you all for your public service.
Thank you. Okay, and that was our final presentation today. So I'm going to close out the meeting with a formal statement, and then we'll be ending our YouTube streaming. So I just ask y'all to stay on for a couple minutes. So you have been watching the 2024 evaluation meeting for the Land and Water Conservation Fund. We're finished with day one evaluations where county and local agencies have presented project proposals for funding to develop public outdoor recreation areas and facilities. We will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. to wrap up evaluations for this category. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and our grants available in Washington State, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. Thank you so much for joining us. My button is where?
Did he stop sharing yours? Wait, did you stop sharing yours? No, stop sharing.
Okay. Bear with this.
So